Hello, how's it going? Welcome to Sunday's stream. Most of it, I'm just gonna have fun today, if anything. But it's like I still have. I mean, if I'm honest with you, I still like just chill around, like regardless. So it's kind of like whatever, really. So yeah, actually. So yeah, here's the thing. Dude, it's like things are like kind of weird whenever you actually realize. I mean, one thing is realizing the human nature, and another one is living the human nature. And it's like, how do you like? There's a difference between singing what the human nature is, and living the human nature itself. And that's kind of like the biggest like thing when it comes to like life in general, because it's like you're kind of thinking to yourself, yeah, this is kind of like what it's like happening. If we're completely honest, where it's just like, yeah, you think things are gonna work in a particular way, and it's like they do until they don't, and they don't because something has changed, and because something has changed, it has evolved. And once you actually look at it from that perspective, really, it just means that it just makes more sense, really, to kind of have like a different perspective, like an evolving perspective sometimes from time to time, because it's like you never know what exactly is going to happen in the future and who's going to make the choices, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. Like if we actually think about it, why did certain things like happen in a particular way? It's like, why did people like tell you that this group of people are the problem? And it's like, sometimes when you look at it from that perspective, it's just like, yeah, because like this person who did me harm, has these attributes, and because these attributes are attached to the person I hate the most, I'm going to see everybody else as the attributes as the attributes that I must hate, in order for me to kind of like feel satisfied that I am on the right mindset, basically. And it's just like, in some shape or form, a lot of people get unwanted hatred, because that misplaced hatred is not necessarily something that is 100% accurate. But it's just like within our like small monkey brains, it kind of makes sense, because like you see a lizard and it's like it's toxic and it kills another human being. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe we shouldn't eat that lizard, and that makes sense, really. But it's like when you actually look at it from the perspective of like the life of humans as well, it's like, okay, yeah, well, it's a little bit more difficult, because humans are way more complex than the rest of people, basically. And it's like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, because humans are way more complex, the likelihood of having false positives on like mindsets and like the hatred being misplaced onto the wrong person become way more likely, and it's just a consequence of people just using their like defense mechanisms accurately in an inaccurate reality, because like it's an accurate response that you see somebody harmed you, and then you see everybody who is similar to that person to just avoid it, basically. It's like you kind of avoid interacting with it to some degree. But it's like when you actually look at it from the perspective of like, okay, well, this person did me harm, okay, sure, but it's like that person in particular did me mental harm. In particular, that person was the one that did mental harm to me. And just because that mental person did harm to me doesn't mean that every single other person is going to do mental harm to me. Some are capable of doing mental harm, some are not. Some will want a piece of you in a good way, and some will want a piece of you in a bad way, so that they can shove their own ideas onto you. And it's kind of like that kind of thing where it's just like, when you look at it in the most beneficial way possible, when you look at it from the mental health perspective, the man who is the most sane is the one that is not actively looking to interact with too many people at the same time, because he is, in a way, really, he's the one with the least strings attached, and the one that can go back into sanity by himself, and he can reprogram his ideas into like a structure that makes him able to like to arrange his thoughts in a compelling way. Because like, if you actually look at it from that perspective, it's like, look at it from the perspective of someone who has a job and that has already a tech empire to begin with. It's like, okay, that tech empire has a lot of engineers, really. And those engineers have a lot of backgrounds, but they have something in common, which is they're very good at their job. And because they're good at their job, they can empathize with other engineers because they're really good at their jobs and they care about this to such a degree that it's like, yeah, this makes sense. This keeps us sane because we're actually for the final objective, which is to make a tech company flourish. Basically, this is our castle, and even although that we have different backgrounds, this is our tech castle that we can have to defend to some degree. And it's kind of like, that is kind of like the thing when you actually look at it in the perspective of like the similarity of minds, basically, where there are too many people who are like, okay, yeah, well, on my world, basically, would be like, oh, look at this. It's just like, there are otaku people that want to draw manga, that want to make visual novels, that want to make video games, that are actively looking to make music, that are talking to people to get things going, to get projects going, to get voice acting going, to get like scripts going, to get even more like deviations of that to get going, to get even a theatrical interpretation. Because like, if I remember correctly, there was like this Ace Attorney theatrical theater, basically, which it was kind of funny. Whenever I looked at it, it was just like, oh, that's so hilarious in its own way. But yeah, it's like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, really, we kind of have to look at it from that side, that it's just like, no matter what, we are always going to get injured by something, like inevitably. And sometimes we do need to turn off our empathy systems from time to time. Okay, yeah, well, okay, let's see. Are we back? Okay, yeah, we're back. Cool. God damn it. I have to replug everything. Sorry, yeah, my PC just ended up shutting off for a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. So to continue a little bit the conversation, it's like, you kind of do need to take a break from like being too empathetic to other people. And it's like, yeah, you can like somebody, that's completely fine, but at the same time, it's like, whenever you're devout to something, really, you kind of lose a little bit of a personal objective to yourself, basically, really. Because like, you can like something too deeply, really, but at the same time, it's like, okay, because you can like something a little bit too deeply, really, it can be like a shifting change from your mentality. And because it can be a shifting change to your mentality, you need to consider that, is like, does this make me comfortable or does this make me uncomfortable? And how does it make me uncomfortable? Why does it not benefit me in some way if I fully go to that degree? And it's like, when you actually look at it from that side, it's just like, as an individual, you kind of have to fight for the things that you actually like. I mean, in some way, you kind of sometimes have to fight for your own comfort, basically. And it's like the fight for your own comfort sometimes means that you kind of have to be you kind of have to give yourself some time to actually grow yourself as a person. And yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like preferences. It's like when you look at it from the perspective that is like, is everything going to be aligned perfectly with what you're having? It's like, no, not really, because like there's some kind of level where you actually kind of have to rearrange yourself. Because it's like if you want to be a musician, what you have to do, you kind of have to learn how to play music, basically. You kind of have to do that. You kind of have to learn theory a little bit. You kind of have to understand what is happening within the music, emotionally as well. The colors that phrases, the lyrics themselves. You kind of have to be a little bit analytical to be like, okay, yeah, so this is my objective. This is the emotion that I want to convey. And if you become a professional, that's kind of like the thing that you end up doing. That is like, oh yeah, this is the emotion that I want to convey. And that's kind of like the thing, really, when it comes to like modernity a little bit, where a lot of the time you do need a little bit of a balance between your personal self and the environment that you're like belonging to some degree. It's like, and the reason why that is because like you do need to be able to like take a step back and be like, okay, yeah, this is devouring me myself a little bit too much, and it's not exactly something that is accommodating me to some degree. But I need to be like aware of like the good things that are happening in the things that I'm looking at, because like if you don't, if you replicate, if you become an imitator, basically, more often than not, you will end up a little bit on a pickle, basically, because it's like whenever you're too much of an imitator, you say, oh, you give devout love to something, really. And it's like, it's not a bad thing, but it's like, but at the same time, you have to consider the fact that it's like, whenever an individual can do something, they will do something. And if you are too afflicted to something, if you are an imitator, and if your love is so devout that you imitate everything, you end up imitating things that do not accommodate you or even the community to begin with. Sometimes it just accommodates to the things that you're imitating to begin with. And it's like that is kind of like the dilemma that we kind of like sit as people, because like we think that we imitate because we love the things that we're seeing. But it's like when you actually think about it, is like an animation project. Are you actually imitating the perspective of one man or a team in particular? And it's like, okay, yeah, you're imitating a team of animators, voice actors, musicians. You're imitating all those kind of things. As like when you actually look at it from that perspective, to imitate something exactly as how it looks, it's not necessarily a loving thing to do, exactly, because they're not exactly like a hive mind saying, well, I must behave exactly like the musician because I'm a manga artist. It's like the manga artist loves the musician, but doesn't love the musician enough to become a musician himself. That's kind of where I'm getting at that point. It just becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, okay, sure, like you do need a little bit of a level of self-respect in order for you to appreciate this side of the art that you're actually like portraying. And it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like devout love to something isn't exactly love itself. Like how do I put it? Devout affection, maybe. It's not a loving thing to do, basically. Devout affection is not the end goal, because like if you are a devout lover, you end up in a corner where it's like, oh yeah, well, I have to love everything that is around me, basically. I was like, okay, I love everything that is around me. I love music, I love manga, I love all that shit. I love voice acting. And it's like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, really, like, oh, I love all these things. So I love Elden Ring. So I have to be able to be the one-man band and make Elden Ring like a love letter of Elden Ring by myself. As like, to some degree, some people are skilled enough to do that, and some people are crazy enough to have all those skills. Some people do make a little bit of shortcuts because like AI has allowed that kind of a shortcut to happen. But at the same time, it's a little bit of this environment where it's just like, if your purpose in life is to impress other human beings so that other human beings take notice of you, it means that you need an essence for yourself, really. It is a requirement that you have an essence for yourself, basically. It's like, devout affection is the ultimate illness of love itself. Because devout affection only imitates what it loves the most, and it doesn't necessarily love the thing that you're looking in front of you. It doesn't love it. The only thing that it does is like it heals. It heals the producer to some degree, basically. And you can say that it's a massive overheal, and that heal can make people like move, and it can push them, and so on and so on. Whereas like, if you actually want to love them, like actual love to begin with, you kind of do have to, you must have some level of essence to yourself, basically. And it's like, that level of essence of yourself means that you need time for yourself. It's like, sometimes you do need that. You need time to read books that help you on your work, on the intended objective of what you're doing, basically. I was like, that's kind of like the thing. It's like, okay, you love otaku culture. You kind of do need to make time for yourself for you to study Japanese. And it's kind of like, that is kind of like the thing. It's like, just because you have devout affection to something doesn't mean that you're going to love it, because you're not loving it appropriately, basically. And it's something that it took me like a tough, long ass time to learn, because like, I thought, oh well, affection is just going to lead me to places, and it's just gonna be perfect. But it's just like, not exactly. No, it's like, that's where you start, basically. You start by having affection towards something. You start with affection, and you get it. You reach people's hearts with affection, and it's a true emotion. It's a true sentiment, because there's mutual empathy, and it's like, if there's mutual empathy, there's affection to that degree. But it's like, if you want to love something specifically, really, if you want to love like a community even, you do have to be yourself. You have to pick up the ideas and the weapons that you've picked up over the years, and you're gonna have to be like, hey, yeah, this is kind of the thing that we have to do, basically. And it's like, I think that the otaku community does have that problem a little bit. There's like, we have deep affection towards something, but we don't love it appropriately. Because it's like, oh yeah, well, we kind of have to love it in the right way, basically. You know, it's like you kind of have to love it in a way that you were able to like make something more. And it's like this is kind of like the thing where we're like, there are, not anytime that I mention any kind of product or any kind of like series that people have made, it's ultimately going to like heal them to some degree, but it's at this point it's kind of inevitable to some degree, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, it's like growing up, like back in the day where I was like watching the Mansai of like the Toho Mansai M1 Grand Prix or whatever, right? It's like back in the day, I thought that it was hilarious in its own way. And even to this day, I was like watching a clip of the new one, and it was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And I was like, oh yeah, it's still going, and that's great. That's a great feeling, basically. But it's like, to some degree, it's like I could like, and this is something that was very difficult for me to get out of, which is addiction to affection, basically. Being too addicted to affection, basically, where yeah, it's like I have so much affection to Toho that it's like I cannot step away from it. I was like, yeah, no, I have such an addiction. It's like such an affection that it's kind of become an addiction, basically. I was like, I kind of found myself humming well, quote unquote humming. It was more like singing like the tunes of the Toho songs to begin with, basically. And it was this kind of thing where it's just like, oh, dude, like I did that for years. Like, I can't even like imagine what really went through my brain with the affection of like of how much affection I had for Toho and the music behind it. And it's just kind of like, it kind of made me think that it's just like, yeah, it's just like the affection that I have for this is so big that it's kind of inevitable. And it's like some people were good enough to be like loving in an accurate manner, because it was like, yeah, we made manga of all the Toho girls and doujinshi and all that kind of that like disgusting like bullcrap, basically. And it's like, it's still going to this day. There's still some Toho doujinshi probably been made to some degree, basically. But it's kind of like, yeah, that is kind of like the thing when it comes to when it comes to specifically the things that you love, basically, you kind of have to be like, you have to be a little bit more objective and be like, okay, yeah, that's enough affection. You kind of have to you kind of have to put yourself through it, and sometimes that's gonna hurt. It's kind of like, yeah, you're going to rehab because you got too addicted to something, and it's like, yeah, you kind of do have to go to rehab in order for you to do that. And it's kind of like a nasty thing, really, because it kind of speaks that you kind of, if you love something truly deeply within you, you kind of have to not be too attached to it, too affection. I mean, not attached, not too affectionate to it, because it's like, if you're too affectionate to something, you're giving a healing effect to that environment. You are truly doing like a healing effect to that environment, absolutely. And it's like that can overheal so much that it can be like such a great thing, basically. And it's like, and to some degree, it's just like, okay, yeah, you have healed me for too long, basically. You kind of have to do something for yourself, otherwise you're gonna die. It's like, you can be a healer forever, but it's like, your healing is not getting paid off. So I'm gonna be honest with you, and you do need to get yourself doing something for yourself, so you can actually like have some kind of survival for yourself, instead of just being like a healer, like a healer that heals way too much, basically. And it's kind of like that is kind of like the thing, really, when it comes to like life in general. Whereas, like, if you actually love something, it's not that you have to let it go. It's like, no, if you love something, you need to be aware of your addiction, basically, and be like, okay, you love this. Okay, you love this thing. You love the product. You love the people that have made it. Okay, yeah, sure, cool. Affection is not going to do it. Affection is going to make them feel good. It's going to make them push themselves to the limit. But it's also going to be a painful thing because like they are not going to be feeling well that their community is dying off alone, or that their community is just too stuck in their own pit of addiction, basically. And it's just like it kind of becomes this kind of thing where you do need to be a little bit aware of what it truly means to go through like love itself and what it means to like actually love something or somebody or like reaching some kind of like level of emotional maturity to actually like understand this kind of thing. Basically. And it's like I have personally I think that it's like emotional, like when it comes to emotional maturity, a lot of people aren't within the otaku community. I feel like there's not enough emotional maturity to kind of understand what is truly happening sometimes. And it's like it's a work in progress that will forever be a thing, because it just means that you kind of do need to have that level of awareness to be like, okay, well, yeah, there's too many affectionate people in the world. Yeah, sure, absolutely. But it's like they're affectionate in a way that it tells you that, oh no, this is the thing that you have to do. Basically, you kind of have to stop being an otaku, stop doing anime, because like I love you. I love you enough that you kind of have to stop making anime, and you have to get a job in a company that doesn't care about you. And it's like, no, that's not really the point, basically, is it? It's kind of like you get what I mean. It's like affection is a weapon if you think about it from some perspectives, and affection can work in a good way and in a bad way. Love, however, is way different, because it's kind of like it involves functionality, basically. And it's like if you love something, you want it to be functional, really, when you actually look at it from that perspective. And it's like, yeah, if you want people to be functional themselves, you kind of have to be like, okay, yeah, this person is too addicted. What do we do about this addiction? What do we do? Is like we want them inside of our community, but we also don't want them to go too crazy, basically. So it's like, okay, yeah, just administer him some kind of like corrective something and see what happens. And it's kind of like that specifically. It's kind of like that specifically, where it's just like, yeah, it's kind of like a tough thing. It can be a little bit tough, but yeah, and it's like also there's an aspect to people that is like, I think that in modernity we have created too many cowards, because the internet has made it so easy. I mean, let's be honest, in the 2020s we had a reason to be cowards. Everybody had a reason to be cowards themselves, because there was an inescapable hell for everybody involved, basically. And it's like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, it's like it kind of became inevitable that every individual out there became cowards as a consequence. It's like, oh yeah, don't touch me there. And it's like, yeah, don't do anything weird, because like I'm gonna get infected from you. And it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of the thing. But it's like, it's not an eternal thing. It shouldn't be an eternal thing to begin with, because there's always aspects of getting things on the right place at the right time, and kind of realizing that if you are to love something, you are to contribute to that pool and be like, hey, yeah, this is kind of what we have to do to some degree, basically. It's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like when it comes to like societies in general, and it's like the thing is, I kind of like, I think partially me speaking, I was like, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to hit me because I'm being an asshole, basically. And it's like, yeah, like sometimes when I kind of realized that I was kind of like being an asshole no matter what, and it's like, okay, yeah, but like my mental cycles made me just be useless, kind of in a certain degree, basically. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's like there's so much love that you can do before you actually break down the system, basically. So much affection you can give until the system like fractures itself. So it kind of becomes necessary that you actually love something instead of just being deeply affectionate to something. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the big problem altogether. And it's kind of like the problem of like the human condition, basically, that it's just like, I think that we're still primitive because we don't have enough like self-control when there's too many cycles happening, basically, because it kind of means that it's just like the cycles that we're going through, it's are cycles that aren't necessarily the best thing to go through, and it kind of becomes this environment where it's just like, okay, yeah, well, if your cycle is too damaging to the community itself, you kind of do need to have a little bit of a rehab session to some degree, basically. I was like, from what I'm witnessing, basically, it's just like there are people who are too old that have gone through those cycles too deeply. That it's just like, yeah, they're too deeply addicted, and they kind of need a little bit of a reinforcement to that idea. But it's like they kind of need like a psychic transference into something that is like more healthy to begin with. And it's kind of like that specifically because it's like in a sense, I feel like older people are living in a different castle. Like they're living like, okay, like let me put it like this. Actually, there are old people who are living in the most beautiful castles the world has ever seen. But at the same time, it's like, okay, in order for them to like maintain those castles, they kind of have to be a little bit like they literally have to slap a bitch if they try to destroy the castle, basically. And that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like the world in general. It's like, okay, yeah, well, you're trying to destroy this castle, well, I'm gonna slap a bitch, basically. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. Oh, you're trying to take over this castle. Oh, you better raise me up enough for me to give it to you, basically. And that involves years, decades, and even it's not guaranteed, basically. Maybe you will maintain part of the castle, but you're not gonna. And maybe you one day will be part of the castle, but it doesn't mean that you will own the castle. Because if you own the castle, it means that you are powerful enough and smart enough and skilled enough for you to make this castle be your own, basically. I was like, yeah, when you actually look at it from that perspective, it's like, yeah, you kind of do need to have, if you are to take care of a castle yourself, you kind of have to be skilled enough, and you kind of have to be a little bit, you kind of need a like a sharp nose, sharp eyes, sharp tongue, sharp everything, and be like, yeah, sharp mind, sharp heart, sharp body, and it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, to some degree, you can take care of that castle to some degree, basically. I was like, because you're gonna need those things, because you're going to be the one who is gonna need to slap a bitch when the time is right, basically. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like you're gonna have to slap a bitch if things don't, if the castle starts getting run down, basically. So you better be on your best shape whenever that happens. It's kind of like that, basically. It's kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, oh yeah, well, affection can only go so much before people want to be part of a Game of Thrones. And it's like, I was watching this kind of like singer, like actually like reading, like, I mean, she was kind of a normie singer. And you could like really like observe the norminess to the singer itself. And she was like, "Oh yeah, I have to become the singer of this person. I have to become the back singer of this person, and I have to infiltrate no matter what." And it's kind of like, I was thinking to myself, this is what they mean actually when you need to slap a bitch. Sometimes it's like, okay, you don't have, if you don't even have affection towards something, and you're just seeing something beautiful for the sake of being beautiful. It's just like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really, because like you kind of have to be a little bit aware of what is the situation. And it's like, if you have to be a little bit aware of the situation, that then it's just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, but like we kind of have to understand it's like the community is like, the community has values to begin with, really. And it's like, if the community has values to begin with, you kind of have to, I don't know, reinforce them to some degree. And when you actually look at it from the growth perspective, really, it's like the otaku castle. If you think about it from some perspective, it's just like some of us otakus. We were like otakus when we were or like weebs or whatever you want to call it, basically. Like we were like 10 years old, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. Like we were teenagers when this kind of idea, when animation hit us, when it was like Naruto, when it was like Bleach, when it was like One Piece, when it was Dragon Ball, when it was all the shonen shows, basically. It's like when you actually look at it from that perspective, really, it's like when you actually look at it from the psychological aspect, it's like, who's going to be the one who is going to be more attached to a culture? The one that grew with it, or the one that is just joining at their age of 40 or something? I was going to be like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? It's kind of like a tough thing to kind of like go through, basically. And when you look at it from that perspective, it's just like, yeah, it's not exactly like something that we're like actively looking to do, basically. And it's just like, to some degree, really, what we're witnessing is just like the biggest Game of Thrones the world has ever seen, basically. Because we're like, oh yeah, we're not otaku, but we see great things happening on that side. What the fuck do we do? I don't know, tell them, be too affectionate to them or something. I don't know, maybe that will work out. And I'm over here thinking to myself, oh god, they're doing exactly the same thing that I did, except that I actually have foundation in this. So damn, okay, jeez, okay, so yeah, and that's kind of like the thing whenever you look at it from that perspective, that is just like, when it comes to like the psychology of the human, basically, you truly are made out of cycles. Like the human is made out of the cycles that they grew up with, along with the cycles of their ancestors as well. Because it's like that genetic information does transfer to some degree, basically. And it's like when I actually look at it from that perspective, it just kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, I mean, what do you do, basically? You know what I mean? It's kind of like, for the sake of our mental health, we kind of have to be a little bit, aware. And it's like, and we kind of have to be aware that it's like, we're playing a Game of Thrones. Let's not forget that everybody is playing a Game of Thrones. And even within our communities, we're fighting for castles to build we're fighting to build castles in the geographical standpoint. I was like, even in the otaku community, are there gonna be visual novel producers that are gonna be like, hey, let's make something like Danganronpa. Hey, let's make something like Steins Gate. Hey, let's make something like, I don't know, that one clap. Oh no, get yogurt. on the back door. It's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's probably going to be that kind of thing, really. So kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, it's kind of like tough to retrain the right people in the right mindset, but it can happen. It's just the fact that it according to our capabilities, basically, it's easier for some people. It's more easy for some people than others, basically. So that's kind of the thing, really, if we actually think about it. It's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. Like, when you look at it from that perspective, really, it's like you're dealing with so many people building so many castles on so many variants, and it's like, okay, yeah, but you want to build a castle out of, I don't know, Gundam or Code Geass? Are you Gundam or are you Code Geass? So tell me which one are you actually? And it's like, oh shit, okay, I kind of have to like, I don't know, I'm more of a Gurren Lagann kind of guy, basically, you know. But it's like, because like, I mean, because that's what I know, really. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, you should watch Code Geass because it's a good show. And it's like, oh yeah, I guess I kind of have to watch it because like I kind of enjoy the theme around it, but it's not necessarily that I'm too in love with the situation. There's like, oh, or with Gundam, like I don't know how the hell deeply Gundam goes because there are so many variations of the show. And it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of the thing as well, isn't it? So yeah, it's kind of like, oh, okay, which stance do you take, really? So even in the otaku community, we probably have that type of thing where it's just like, okay, okay, yeah, you like Gurren Lagann, we kind of understand that, we kind of totally like it as well. You know, it's like it's totally great, but it's like there's also Code Geass, and there's also what is it? Sakura Dai something? I think I forget the name of it a little bit. What is it? The great this Sakura Dai Senso or something like that. Daisen. No, is it? Daisen. Yeah, kind of. Tyson. I don't know how Tyson. Yeah, Tyson. That's the thing. I kind of have to learn it. And it's like, okay, or are you a kind of like a Sakura Tyson kind of person? And it's like, oh yeah, that's another thing. It's kind of like, oh yeah, sure. It's like, oh yeah, Sakura Tyson is more for women. Just be aware of that. So it's like, oh yeah, yeah, a little bit, yeah, just a teeny tiny bit. That's kind of like that, basically, where we were actually like, oh, okay, or maybe, well, actually, it's like, yeah, if I'm completely honest with you, it's like, does Sakura Tyson have like a more female demographic? I was like, maybe it does. I was like, doesn't mean that you are forbidden from liking it. As like, if women are saying that you're forbidden from liking it, and you try to shove your sausage on top of it, it just kind of makes it kind of like funny, because it's kind of like, oh, well, I like it deep enough. I mean, if you look at it from this perspective, really, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give you like a picture a little bit. It's like, okay, Sakura Tyson. There's a Sakura Tyson castle. Okay, sure. Do you like Sakura Tyson deep enough? I mean, I kind of like it, but like, and then there's a guy that actually kind of likes it, and you're like, hey, I kind of like Sakura Tyson. You know, there's a lot of women that say that I'm not allowed in the castle, so they unleash the dragon on that castle. You know what? I'm gonna slay the dragon and see if I can get inside of the castle, because I'm seeing good shite inside of the Sakura Tyson castle. Okay, let's go. Whoa! And it's like, that's kind of like that, basically. Or it's just like, oh, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? Is like the castles that we're like kind of like fighting for and defending. It's kind of like it kind of is that kind of thing, really. We're like, we're constantly like looking for, if we see too much of a good thing, we kind of want to like get the ram, get the trebuchet, go through it, slay the dragon. Okay, the dragon is gone. Okay, cool. She became a bird. Okay, awesome. Now what do you do? Okay, yeah. Well, I'm inside the castle. Now what? I don't know. Just you got inside the castle. Now it's yours, I guess. Kind of. Or like, oh yeah, well, you become one of the retainers of the castle even sometimes. And it's like, oh yeah, that's also another thing, basically. It's like that can happen as well, really. So it's kind of weird, basically, when you actually look at it from that perspective, or it's just like, what is it like? Okay, you can choose to take over the castle, become a retainer, run away, or just become the lord, or make a trade chain between castles and make alliances out of something, because there's an objective common, and there's appreciation of beauty of both castles, but so much beauty and appreciation of castles, so you can actually make some trade lines between them, and you can actually make like a trade circle out of it. And it's kind of like, yeah, we kind of like really appreciate that, and yeah, we kind of make collaborations. Like, I don't know, have you heard about the merchant ring of the Persona, of the Atlas, of the Atlas ring of Persona trade chains? Have you heard of the Silk Road of Persona users? And it's like, yeah, we kind of heard about it. Yeah, they're everywhere. Like the Atlas and Persona, they're everywhere. So you kind of have to be like, oh yeah, well, that's kind of like a market chain if you actually think about it. It's like, yeah, no, we don't want to overtake the Atlas. We just want to collaborate because they're too useful for us. Or they're too goddamn useful for the otaku community. So you kind of have to be a little bit aware of that, of what you're doing, basically. Like, don't piss those people off too much, because like, oh, your supply chain is just going to go to trash if the market chain is going to go to trash if you piss off the Persona people too much. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, you kind of have to be a little bit aware of that. Cool. So it's kind of like that. It kind of is like, when it comes to like communities, it's always like, there's always choice. Like, if you actually look at it from the adventurer viewpoint, when you like, okay, in the isekai adventurer kind of like world, they're like Overlord and the Slime anime show, it's kind of like built around making those supply chains to some degree. It's like, yeah, I mean you kind of do need to build some supply chains, but at the same time it's like, oh yeah, but they kind of like never struggled as well to get to that place. Well, the Slime one, he did struggle a little bit, but it was like, oh, it was like soft struggle. It was just barely any kind of like resistance. And it kind of makes me think that it's like, in historical context, why was there too little resistance? You want to know why? Because like, there's otakus everywhere. There's motherfucking otakus fucking everywhere. There's so many people who grew up with the goddamn Dragon Ball. There's so many people who grew up with motherfucking like Fire Emblem, Persona. There's people who grew up with like Shin Megami Tensei, like, I don't know, like Dark Souls. There's people who grew up with Dark Souls. There's people who grew up with Spyro, Crash Bandicoot. There's people who grew up with like, I don't know, so many things basically. That's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. If you actually look at it from that perspective, that it's just like, oh yeah, it's like the influence is already there. It's like it's so large, and it's like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, there's reasons why that influence is too strong, and the reason why that is simply because like there were too many people who were too complacent or too lazy. They were too busy within their own castles, jerking off to the greatness of plundered pasts, and they were too busy being big fishes on a small tank that they didn't do anything, and they just let other people just take over, basically. It's just like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, really, it's just kind of like, yeah, it makes sense, but it's like, also another thing, it's just like, if they were way smarter, because like, I mean, it was a riskier player, but it was a smart, risky play to begin with. When you actually look at it from that perspective, like objectively. Like objectively speaking, if I actually look at the otaku community, I kind of look at it as like, oh, they made such a risky play. They're constantly making risky plays to make things work, and those risky plays sometimes pay off and sometimes they don't, basically. And it's just like, it's the consequence of being a player of the culture, like, circles, basically. It's a risky, they are incredibly risky plays, basically. So yeah, but it's like, you kind of have to be smart enough to know what happens after you make a risky play, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing when it comes to like players and castles to begin with. It's kind of like, yeah, you kind of do need to be a little bit aware of what is happening, and like a little bit of psychological build up to understand that this is what is happening, and this is a very risky play, but it's like, it's kind of necessary for you to kind of like make things work, really. And it's like, when you actually look at it from the perspective of like mental health as well, it's like, yeah, there's too many people who have more, like, that are like normies, Riajus. Yeah, they're more Riajus than normal people, basically. It's like, yeah, well, I don't know, you kind of have to be a little bit conscious of what is really happening, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like life in general. It's kind of like, yeah, there's gonna ultimately be people who are going to be constantly making plays to get as many people support as possible, and yeah, that's gonna be the thing, really. It really is like that, and it's like, yeah, whenever you try to get as many people as possible to rally into one specific objective, then yeah, it's kind of necessary to be like aware that the psychology and the health of the individual is incredibly important to consider, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, and it's like, it's kind of like a funny thing to be a healer to begin with, because it's like, if you are a healer, you kind of do need to have some level of technical knowledge over what is truly happening, basically, when it comes to like human cycles and human behavior. And it's just like, yeah, that, well, you kind of sometimes do need to like train retainers yourself in order for things to like work out, basically, if you think about it from that perspective, really. And it's like, you also have to consider that purity is inevitably not something that is forever, because even every single civilization goes through cycles, and those cycles themselves go through evolutions of the culture itself. As like, one, a human being realizes that an era is not dictated by somebody else, but it's like, yeah, you're capable of dictating an era if you're strong enough to mandate what history is truly like. What about, like, if you have enough influence that we can claim a new era in a particular cultural cycle, then yeah, we can actually declare a new era of things, because we have enough influence to do so, basically. So that's kind of like the thing when you actually look at it from that perspective, that it's just like, there's always going to be regional aspects to those kind of things, really. It's like, you cannot, there, territorially speaking, geographically speaking, there's going to be variants. You want to know why? Because there's different individuals inside of those castles to begin with. And those individuals are going to try to make something out of the skill sets that they have. And because they're going to be doing something out of those skill sets, it's going to be inevitably different than the origin of the intended movement to begin with, basically. So it's kind of like, so it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, oh yeah, well, yeah, it's like, dude, does those Code Geass look exactly, has the same art style as Gurren Lagann? I was like, no. Kill la Kill? No. One Piece? Absolutely not. Kind of like the same thing, really. For if you have enough influence towards a specific cycle, you kind of become this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, no, it's total submission is not, it's like deep affection, but it's not a functional affection. And it's like, okay, if you need to love something, if you actually love something, then it means that you kind of have to be more aware of the geographical and the standpoint and everything that kind of goes along with it, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's a complicated issue. It's not 100% accurate. It's never going to be. And the only thing that you have left is just to be like, hey, this is kind of like the movements that you kind of have to do to keep your castles in a good shape, basically. Because like, yeah, well, you cannot take everything out of them. You really cannot. You really cannot. It's like you take too many things out of the people, and the people will get pissed at you. Basically, it's like, yeah, like it's inevitable. You can like wrangle. You can try to wrangle as many people as you can to behave in a particular way, but it's like if you take their identity, if you take their individuality because you want the better for humanity. If you take what makes them them in favor of making a homogeneous society of obedient towards technocracy, it's just going to backfire a little bit eventually, because it's like you have become the tyrant by erasing the essence of the individuality. And by raising the essence of individuality, you have therefore become a slave owner, not a emperor or a king or like a president of something. You're not that. You're just a slave owner. And it's kind of like that is kind of like the thing when it comes to like society in certain ways, because it's like when you actually look at it from the aspect of freedom. And how like things have developed to such a degree that it's like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to erase everything that they are made of, and I'm gonna make them be healthier and be the happiest that they can be. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, but like, you kind of do realize that you're kind of like enslaving them as a consequence. And it's like, just because you are good within your own terms, doesn't mean that you're being good by telling them exactly how to behave, basically. It's like, yeah, you do have true motives and true essence on how things should really work, but at the same time, it's just kind of like, yeah, but at the same time, you kind of have to be a little bit aware that it's like when you do these kind of movements, you do need to be a little bit calm. You need to calm down a little bit, because like not every the geographical region that you belong to behaves in another way. Okay, so you kind of have to not be too much of a blitzkrieg. You cannot bulldoze everything that has been built up to that point, but also but at the same time, you're not obligated to force other people to behave that way. Basically, it's like if people want to listen to you, they will listen, because they will give you the consent to even listen, and if they like what they're hearing, it's like, yeah, that gives them more reason to support that kind of thing, basically. It's like, yeah, from some perspective, I sometimes kind of like think about it from certain angles. And when I look at it from that perspective, it's just like, what is my condition to begin with? Just like, yeah, well, here's the thing: I was born a Mexican, and I'm living in Mexico, so that's kind of like, okay, yeah, I do have some roots within Mexican culture, even though that technically speaking, I am an otaku myself. Like, if you told me, okay, what are you exactly? The first thing that I would say is like, oh yeah, I'm an otaku, basically, because like that's kind of like facts to begin with. So it's kind of like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, that makes sense. So so what do you have some kind of like level of Mexican influence attached to you? And it's like, yeah, absolutely, because like I like eating grasshoppers. I kind of do enjoy a little bit of Aztec mythology, a little bit. I do enjoy a little bit of like the architecture, not necessarily like the bad things of that culture, because like there's absolutely terrible things of like that culture to begin with. And it's kind of like, okay, yeah, but so what do you do exactly? Do you become a purist because you belong to something? And it's like, no, well, because like that's not my objective. I don't have a deep affection towards something. You know what I have a deep affection towards? You want to know why I have a deep affection towards? Otaku culture, Toho, Danganronpa, Persona, Elden Ring, Dark Souls. A little bit of to Mexican cuisine, sure. Not necessarily to Mexican modern culture, because like a lot of that is kind of bullshit. Like I'm gonna be real with you. But it's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like who I am as an individual, basically, where it's just like, yeah, no, there's like the regions themselves, they aren't perfect. The same way that Japan is not perfect. They probably do have plenty of terrible things attached to them. But it's just like, yeah, to some degree, it's just like, it's more rational to be a little bit aware of what your individuality is truly made of than to basically be like, hey, I'm gonna lie to you and say that, oh, you, dude, I love everything about Mexican culture and their origins and everything. And it's like, there was like, to some degree, like sometimes I kind of think to myself, it's like, okay, what kind of area of Mexican culture do you like? Do you like when Spaniards conquered Mexico? Do you like it when they freed themselves from Spain? What do you like about it? And it's just like, yeah, so to some degree, it's just like, I mean, probably the implementation of systems where we don't actually get like off people just because they're different. That's kind of like a good thing. Yeah, it's like that seems like a good thing that maybe we need to reinforce a little bit. Okay, that'd be good to begin with. It would be good to train people to actually do something that is kind of like functional. Yeah, sure. It would be good to implement those kind of things. And so, once you actually think about it, it's like, okay, but what about Japanese culture? Japanese culture, they had samurais, but they also kind of like committed seppuku when they were too dishonorable, basically. And it's just like, okay, just because I love otaku culture, will I become a samurai and impale myself whenever something bad happens? And it's like, seems kind of like a dumb idea, actually. Yeah, kind of like a dumb idea, because you have one less samurai to fight on the next fight. So it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's also another thing. It's like Japan is not perfect as well. But it's like, okay, yeah, well, you need a couple of whipping. Okay, sure, because he will survive. He will go through pain, and their mental cycles will change if given the right direction. But it's just like, but when it comes to like, okay, yeah, well, you must seppuku yourself, or you must sacrifice someone into an altar because they were captured and they lost. It's just kind of like, no, that's kind of like a really bit of a stupid thing to do. It's stupid for your community. You will get hatred out of your own community sometimes, or the neighboring communities, and it's just like, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to kind of like to contribute to that kind of idea. Basically, it just doesn't make sense, really. So it's just kind of like, yeah, you know what? It kind of makes sense to be a little bit more self-aware of our own humanities and be like, hey, you know what? It's kind of important to, like, mental health is kind of important, but at the same time, have you considered that we kind of do need to arrange certain things so that, I don't know, we don't off people whenever they think different? It's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe that's kind of a good thing. Maybe that's kind of a good thing to not off people whenever they think different. Because you know what happened back in the day to otakus when they thought different? They got bullied in school. You know what? Like there was this one story that were in the news like the other like I think it was like a year ago or something, where it was where there was this girl in like an elementary school where she got bullied because she liked K-pop. And I was thinking to myself that it's like, okay, yeah, I don't like K-pop, but bullying someone out of the thing that they kind of enjoy into suicide is kind of like a really stupid thing. It's idiocy in on the highest form, basically, because it's like she's exploring her own identity, her own likes, and it's like, okay, yeah, no, that's kind of like a dumb thing to do. I'm not too deeply in love with K-pop, but it's just like at the same time, it's just like, you know what? That's a really stupid thing to do, and we really shouldn't encourage that to begin with. So it's kind of like it kind of so even although that there's like different angles of like likings and dislikings, it kind of becomes really important to me to be like kind enough to be like, okay, yeah, you're exploring, that's fine. Nobody should force you into behaving in a particular way. I was like, maybe otakus were bullying you as well. Like, who knows? And it's like, yeah, no, that's kind of like a bad thing as well. So yeah, you kind of have to look at it from the perspective that it's just like, is purity like the greatest thing to do? I was like, no, I mean, because if we are if we are 100% pure within human nature, we should all then humanity would go inside of a cave, get as many men and women inside of it, have endless fucking sex, really, have endless orgies until they drop dead, or until they have to gather food, go outside, gather food, go back into a cave, repeat. And that would be the humanity, basically. So it's like, do we really want the true, like the deepest aspect of authentic humanity? I was like, not really. No, I don't think that a lot of people want that. Maybe some people do, but like, not entirely. No. I think that there's more to that than just go inside of a cave, fuck senselessly, get food, go back into your cave, fuck again. It's just kind of like, yeah, there has to be some more to that, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like, or it's like, oh yeah, somebody fucked your girl, you kill them, okay, yeah, well, that's also another thing that is just like, yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely there needs to be consequences, but like, I don't know. There definitely has to be consequences to that, to some degree. So like that's kind of like the biggest problem that there is, basically, that it's just like humanity is definitely not fucking perfect, man. It really is not fucking perfect. Whenever I actually think about it, whenever I actually whenever I actually grab my eyes in like pain thinking about like the condition that we're sitting in, whenever I actually think about it, I'm just thinking to myself, dude, this is a fucking awful thing to do. Like, this is such a terrible thing that is happening in the world. This is so fucking bad. And it's like, it's always a game of like, okay, you're conceding to somebody else or you're winning over somebody else. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure. But it's like, it kind of becomes kind of important to be like the rightful otaku and be like, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, just consider the humanity that is really happening. Consider it and just be like, hey, this is kind of what we need to do, basically, to get things going. We kind of have to like stabilize our own regions geographically before we actually do anything, so they can actually have their own freedom. Okay, yeah, sure. I was like, yeah, I mean, the otaku community does have its own like defenses, their own walls, their own ballistas, their own trebuchets, their own cruise missiles, their own, like, I don't know, their own ion cannons, their own that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Basically. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of like that, basically. But yeah, like specific, like psychologically speaking, when you look at it from that perspective, it's just like, yeah, like nothing's perfect, and we're geographically bound to our mental cycles and the cycles of our ancestors. Sometimes I was like, yeah, well, just horse it up, I guess. Just horse it up, tough it out sometimes. That's the only way. It's like, okay, either you tough it out or you'll get left out of the castle. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, sometimes. Or it's like, okay, tough it out. If this is your freedom, you have to tough it out. If this is not your freedom, better stay out of the castle, basically. I was like, okay, yeah, well, it kind of is my freedom if it keeps my mental health in check, basically. It's like, if me opening up a manga and seeing a big titty McJiggy Gyaru being nice to an otaku-kun, that is just like, okay, yeah, sure, that's kind of nice. Okay, that's decent. I can get off to this. Okay, sure. Kind of raises my mental health. That's good. That's a good thing. Sure, let's go with it. I was just like, oh yeah, by the way, there's this new game about a Gyaru that is just like, just kind of nice, but she's kind of dumb. I was like, oh yeah, I can shove that in. I can put it inside of a goddamn. I guess I can put it in the folder. Yeah, sure. I mean, yo, Blue Archive, a new Blue Archive episode just came out. Oh. Sure. I mean, we can save it for later. It's fine. I mean, sure. I mean, yo, Persona 6 is gonna come out. Oh yeah. Yeah, we can make time for Persona 6. Yeah, I mean, the number's gonna get a little bit big, but at the same time, yeah. 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 No, it's fine. It's fine. Just go with just to Persona 6. That's fine, I think. Just so it's kind of like that, basically. It is exactly it is exactly that. It's like there are some visual novels that I kind of have to get that I kind of have to shove some time into, but it's like lately I just don't have time for myself, which is kind of like really sad to begin with. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. So yeah. Anyway, let's play a little bit of Elden Ring, shall we? Let's play a little bit of Elden Ring. Okay, yeah, continue. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. We actually look at it from that perspective. It's okay. Okay, let me warm up real quick. Ow. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. If I actually look at it from some perspectives, that is just like, when it comes to like humanity, it kind of like you can be a shy, insecure boy all you want, but it's like your mental health is on the line, basically. So it's like, yeah, it's like, yeah, you can be shy, or you can be a shy person and be dead, or you can be a little bit more brave and be like, hey, actually, I'm not dead, and I actually like these things. It's like, yeah, like, that's kind of the thing, really. God damn it, okay. Whatever. Sure. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. If I actually look at it from that perspective, really, it's just like, yeah, well, first comes my mental health. Okay, what is my mental health? This shit. Eroge, potentially, yeah, sure. Some weeb shit, yeah, sure. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be like absolutely. I'll be a fucking coward if I didn't say that I like these things, basically. Ow. Ow. Okay, yeah, sure. God fucking damn it, dude. What the fuck, dude? So yeah, that's good. That's kind of like the thing. If you actually look at it from that perspective, that it's just like, dude, like it's legitimately so goddamn tough sometimes to like do the most right thing, basically. Because it's like, you kind of have to I kind of have to look at it from other perspectives, where it's just like, we're like, you know what's the funny thing when it comes to like love languages? It's like, I'm the avoidant kind of love language type of guy, basically. Sometimes, well, no, actually, I have so many love languages, so it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the tough part about it, basically. Why? Because like I can replicate a lot of shit. I know what is happening sometimes in some people's minds, the more that I know them. Therefore, I know what languages they exist. So, yeah. I was like, yeah, the more cycles I go through certain love languages, the more adapted I am to them. I was like, yeah, well... It's like, to some degree, I guess, like... Am I kind of like a love translator? And it's like, yeah, maybe sometimes. Ouch. Well, now I am. Not the perfect love translator, but a little bit, I guess. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's kind of weird, actually. So yeah, it's when like that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like mental cycles as well, where it's just like, yeah, the mental cycles are a little bit complicated, like, if I'm completely honest with you. yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's so goddamn complicated, man. Sometimes it really goddamn is. I'm like, that is kind of like the thing. Sometimes we're like the peak of mentality kind of happens, and it kind of makes me think that it's just like, yeah, I mean, how careless can I be? If I don't have enough information, I guess I'm careless. But if I have enough information, then I'm the cruelest person on earth, basically. So that's kind of like the irony of the world that we live in sometimes. That is just like, the more information that you have, the more cruel you will become. Because you will be aware of the pain and agony that happens towards people. If you truly do have the most awareness out of the world. As like, whenever you think about it from the strategic standpoint of information itself, it's kind of like, yeah, well, inevitably, if you know too much, you will be the cruelest person on earth. If you know too little, you will not. So, that's kind of like the thing, really. Ouch. God damn it. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing sometimes. I was like, here's also the thing when it comes to like otaku mail. That is just like, okay, well, do otaku males exist in the otaku world? That is like, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. So you kind of have to look at it from that perspective, where it's just like, whenever you take somebody out, it's just like, oh, well, you have become cruel to like 10,000s of people, at least, basically. It's kind of like, ooh, yeah, that is kind of like the thing, really. Like, even eating, like, when it comes to, like, a person, it's just like, oh, you eat one person, you have been cruel to 10,000 people. And they will absolutely hate you because of it. That's kind of like, oh, shit, okay, well, it's a cruelty that is inevitable sometimes. It's like, what is cruel than to deny a person's existence? But it's even crueler to kind of like, it's kind of like that. It's like denying the existence of an individual is the most cruel thing. And it's like, oh yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, sometimes people do have to live in order for the castles to even maintain their life essence together. So it's kind of like, you do have to trade, basically. It's in order for the existence to exist, you kind of do have to trade sometimes. And that's kind of like the tragic thing about it all, really. It's like, that is the tragedy of humanity, basically. It's just, if all of humanity's new humans spawned inside of a box where they could manifest all their freedoms in one thought, there will be absolutely no freedom. But it's like, it's also, it would also not be real. It would be a fantasy. It would be a simulation, even further than it already kind of is. So it's kind of like, yeah. And then I kind of look at it from some other perspective, and it's like, dude, imagine what singers go through, where it's just like, oh yeah, they have 1,000,007 listens. Okay, yeah, well, imagine how many real people that is. It's like, oh shit, okay, yeah, no, that's you have to enrage even more. That's like a pile of rage sometimes to some people, basically. And that's like millions of people into despair whenever something is eaten, basically. And it's just like, oh shit, okay. So it's like the healer suddenly becomes the healer, basically. Redo of the healer happens, actually. Redo of the fucking healer happens. And it's like, oh god. Yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's like the priest becomes the shadow priest. And it's like, okay, but yeah, to some people, he's like the biggest priest the hell has ever seen. But now it's just, no, you're just the shadow priest, the biggest shadow priest that the world has ever seen, basically. It's just like, oh shit, okay. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, yeah. Cool. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like the world is such a complicated thing, and it's like when it comes to like the technological overlords, whenever you actually look at it from the castle perspective, really, it's just like, oh, god. It's like, I feel like we're witnessing the natural progression of things sometimes. When an emperor kind of like rules for too long, sometimes as well. Like that's also another thing, really. It's like it just becomes this kind of thing where it's like, dude, there's like tech emperors fighting each other constantly. Like that has to be a thing, actually. And it's like, once you actually look at it from some perspectives, whenever I kind of like sleep soundly and go into the realm of dreams, I kind of think of it of the world as a constant battle of balance, and to retain the most people and to give them the most healing that a person can receive, basically. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. And it's like, it's kind of like, yeah, well, you kind of have to receive some sort of healing. And then there's also healers that are like, dude, I had to suffer through this. Why don't you suffer through everything that I went through? I was like, yeah, well, not everybody suffers the way that you do. And it's like some like healers are like, okay, this person suffered way too much. Okay, I kind of have to understand the same way so I can actually go through the same thing. I was like, oh, well, otherwise there's never going to be like any equal balance, and it's just going to be like an eternal, like, unequal like struggle, and it's just going to be like, oh yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. It's like, yeah, you kind of have to tip the scales in a particular way so things don't get too fucking crazy, basically. I was like, oh god, yeah. That makes absolute goddamn sense. I was like, yeah, it's kind of like a malicious thing sometimes because people are like, oh yeah, by the way, you want to balance the scales, you cannot have exactly the same punishment as that person. Why? Because then you would be more precious than the person that went through that punishment. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. I was like, okay, yeah, but that's why you cannot suffer more beyond that. It's like, no, but I need equal treatment. I must have the equal suffering. And it's like, oh yeah, well, equality doesn't happen at that point. Basically, because it's like, no, I must suffer what he has suffered. And if I have suffered the same way that he has suffered, then I'm more important than him, basically. Therefore, I'm better than him. And it's like, that's kind of like the thing. I think that's the logic of like of a lot of people, basically. Really, it's just gonna be that kind of behavior. That's gonna be the logic for a lot of people, definitely. As like to some people, I would be like, yeah, no. There are some things that are unspeakable. Like, yeah, no, actually. There are some things that are too goddamn unspeakable. It's like, no. Like, the suffering that I've gone through, to be honest with you, ooh, no. I'm gonna be real with you, not worth it. Definitely not worth it, but I did it anyway because, like, it was necessary. But, yeah. It was necessary to get myself into a healthier cycle to begin with. Oh, I'm out of healing. Oh. Ouch. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's just like, you don't suffer for the sake of suffering, but also at the same time, you don't, like, you kind of have to heal meticulously. You do not, in medicine, you do not give a pig. You do not give a pig your last resort to get them off of a small flu. You don't. Why? Because you train the virus to, basically, you train the virus to your last resort, basically. As like, if the virus can like overwhelm that last resort, you no longer have a last resort. You have nothing. As like, that is kind of like the biggest problem. And malicious medicine to begin with. And like, the thing about medicine is that it sometimes has to be malicious as well. Like, actually, if I'm actually like 100% certain over what real medicine is really like, is like, yeah, you kind of have to be malicious to some degree. It's like, okay, you have to cut somebody open in order for them to just extract something out of them. I was like, yeah, that's malicious a little bit by nature. On the surface, it's kind of malicious, but it's kind of like doing its objective. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, but we kind of have to inject the virus onto you so your body adapts to it. So it kind of means getting sick on purpose, so you can learn how your immune system can learn how to fight it. It's like, okay, so technically speaking, like medicine is kind of like machine. It's literally machine learning in a biological state, like in a biological scale. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. And it's like, okay, yeah, cool, true. Absolutely. So it's like it's kind of like that kind of thing where it's just like, okay, yeah, but like, why do you keep using the same medicine to get as much suffering as possible? What is going on there? I was like, oh no, this is not malicious at all. It's just an experiment, and it's just like, oh, okay, no, yeah, true, absolutely. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Like, it's funny to claim that medics are not malicious by nature. It's like, no, it's like medics are malicious by nature, because it's basically what the nature tells them to do. Basically, even within their own nature tells them to be malicious to combat other malicious viruses. So it's like, when you actually look at it from that perspective, it's just kind of like, ooh, yeah, yeah, that's complicated. that's a tough thing to go through, basically, really. And it's like, once you actually look at it from the perspective, that it's like, dude, this is the human condition. This is literally the human condition. This is the cycles that we go through every day. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, I think it makes sense to kind of like enjoy a little bit after the mental like struggle has gone through too deep. I was like, yeah, totally makes sense. I was like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. I was like, yeah, the mental cycle will work until it doesn't work. I was like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess. You've yeed your last had. I mean, yeehaw. Yeah, yeehaw. Yeah, God. Ooh, that sounded bad. You yeed your last haw, basically. I just like, oh yeah, cowboy mentality. Cowboy mentality 101. Don't kill the pigs. They're kind of helpful. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. They kind of find truffles for you. Okay, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. Oh, god damn it. So yeah, it's kind of weird when I have understood the training of like the mental training of everything. It just kind of goes around, and it's just like, oh gosh, what the hell was that even about? I mean, unfortunately, I have obtained what I needed, basically. And as a consequence, yeah, I mean, we have beaten something that is, yeah, as a consequence, we have beaten something, really. God fucking damn it, dude. God damn it, dude. So yeah. There's like, once I actually look at it from the mental perspective, really, it's just like, yeah. Makes sense. Kind of. Kind of makes sense. Ow. Oh! So his castle got lost to the sea. Ah. Oh, okay. Leonine misbegotten. His castle has been forgotten to the sea. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of an interesting thing. It's like, if you think about it, the ruins of his castle still remain, and but his, I mean, and they're still standing tall with a few monuments of their own sacrifices, but also, if we actually look at it closely, his sea has sunken down. His castle has been drowned by the sea itself. So ultimately speaking, because this king was too general and open to the castle, his castle is now crumbling and has drowned, and he has lost himself into insanity, finding as any person that enters this castle and has drowned in the ocean. I kind of like this, actually. Suddenly, I really like Elden Ring. Suddenly, I really like. I like Elden Ring, actually. So yeah, he's kind of like a man-beast, like alligator type of thing. He's like a manticore. Oh yeah, he has become a manticore, like of some sort, because he has too many things attached to him. His tail belongs to the sea. His face full of rage and anger, his eyes red in pain and in self-defense. His sword still as big as it was, but now with a bunch of grapes attached to his ruined kingdom. That is all. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, cool. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. Is like when I actually think about it from this perspective, really, I think I kind of get it now a little bit. Symbolism of like the tree. Yeah, it's just This castle is made by roots themselves. And yeah, the sea is the castle still stands in appearance, but and it's still there, technically speaking, but the roots of the castle have. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like strategical, like. Okay, this is kind of like the thing that kind of like occurred to me a little bit. That it's just like a castle is a castle. It's geographically stationed in a place, really. That is your castle that is stationed geographically. If you wish to make a trade chain, that is absolutely fair. But do not let your roots to be drowned by the ocean. Otherwise, you will become like him in the end, basically. So sometimes it's kind of the thing, really. It's like, when I actually look at it from the perspective of like, okay, well, I'm a Mexican that likes otaku culture and anime. Those are my roots. Are there going to be like some British otaku that is going to think differently from me, even although that we share the same values? To some degree? It's like, possibly, yeah. But as a consequence, your sea level, the sea level is going to rise because like you're entering the ocean, really. You're entering the ocean whenever you do that, basically. So you better not drown in the ocean and get swallowed by the ocean itself. And you better reinforce your castle and your roots to put them in a place that is safe, rather than to just leave a crumbling castle that will forever be somebody else's at some point. Yeah, kind of. Yep, pretty much. And like, once I actually look at it from some perspective, really, it's like, is a queen going to get lost into the sea of nothingness? Or is she going to go back into her Nintendo DS? That's kind of the thing. That's kind of like a curious thing. That's the funny thing about it, really. If I actually think about it from that perspective, yeah, it's like, will the queen rise above all and get her roots into a protected castle? Or is the queen going to sink and become a mad monster inside of the roots. Man. God damn it. Okay, yeah. So yeah. So yeah, basically the lesson is, if you're gonna open an ocean, don't become a chimera. Don't let your roots be sunken into the ocean, because the ocean is full of salty water, salty tears, and whenever you have too many salty tears, well, yeah, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? Your tree just withers away in the sea salt of everything. So it just means that one must be a little bit aware where the root of their castle really came from, in order for them to not become a monster inside of it. A little bit. Sure. Ouch. But like, once I kind of understand that roots can be plagued with things that aren't healthy, that's kind of like that's kind of another thing as well. Oh crap. That's kind of like a nasty thing, really, if I think about it from that perspective. I didn't think about that, actually. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like the tree is like, it's still there, but it's kind of dead. A little bit. Yeah. Yeah. That's something. Man. So it's like, yeah, like if I look at it from the perspective of like, I mean, all things considered, I think that my root foundations in the internet, once I actually look at it, relatively speaking, I feel like my roots inside of the internet were one of the least harmful, actually, if I think about it from that perspective. As far as it goes in the otaku culture, probably one of the least harmful. Yeah, actually, I think so. Oh, god damn it. Man. Suddenly I'd really like this game. Even more, actually. Oh, and the jellyfishes. Ah, that's what they mean. Okay. Faceless jellyfishes. Yeah, it's like faceless blue jellyfishes that turn red whenever they're enraged. Men of the sea, men and women of the sea who are highly intelligent and that will poison you when enraged. But again, it's like because they're men and women of the sea, they have no faces, they have no identity, they belong to nothing, they just belong to the ocean. And they're the ones guarding. Yeah, a couple of crabs, some jellyfishes, guarding the entrance to the roots of the castle, preventing them from entering the big castle that they made, but forever stuck inside of their small island, being enraged and fallen. So, kind of makes me think that it's like the story is as follows. His or her root castle started withering away. The origin of the castle itself, because even though that it added too many people inside of it, they were disobedient to the ideals. And then you have the blue jellyfishes that are just there, faceless, without any kind of identity, just floating around, protecting the king inside of his root castle, mourning the loss of all his fallen comrades, but happily floating, just trying to guard anyone who tries to approach the king. Not human, according to the king themselves, but too smart to let go. Yeah, sometimes you kind of need to enrage a couple of jellyfishes because fuck them. But yeah, sure. Yeah. So yeah, it's like, I guess it's like the root castle with a bunch of grapes could signify fallen comrades, but also it could mean fallen dreams as well. This is where my dream of having a boyfriend that was into my favorite visual novel lies. This is the dream of having my first kiss with the person that I actually love. This is the grave of when I used to dream of going into the countryside with a boyfriend or a girlfriend. This is the grave where I dreamed of having all my friends that were with oh shit, fuck you, rat. Yeah, fuck you. This is the dream of, you know, having a happy married life with my first boyfriend. This is the dream. This is the grave for stuff. Sure. Oh God. Ouch. Yep. And that is the grave of when I actually wanted to make a visual novel. Okay, fuck me, I guess. Sure. Sure. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, I guess. It's like I feel like for every otaku, it can mean so many things actually. Probably. It's like, yeah, the structures kind of still, they're kind of like still standing strong. They're kind of beautiful in their own regard. This is kind of beautiful in its own regard. I mean, ignore the corpses on top of it, but they hang the retainers a little bit, but I mean, it's still kind of pretty, kind of. There's no one inside except the rats and jellyfishes that do nothing, really. You only have a manager that doesn't care about whatever origins you are a part of. They just get paid to take care of like a very wealthy person, I guess. Ouch. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. Oh, okay, yeah, awesome. God damn it. Okay, so whenever he does that, I have to dodge. Cool. Dude, I'm sometimes I feel like I don't move much enough. Like, sometimes I feel like I just take hits for no reason. Or it's like, ah, yeah. Those hits teach me something. Unironically, those hits teach me something about the person who is holding the weapon as well. Ouch. And it's kind of like, yeah, sometimes I kind of have to look at it from other perspectives where it's just like, yeah, how many symbols can you paint on top of your body to claim that you belong to something, really? Like, that's kind of the thing that kind of like strikes me a little bit. It's like, if you engrave the symbols onto your skin, do they mean anything to you? Or are they just armor in order for you to get through the walls of castles, really? Is that really your intent at the end of the day? Are you truly after what is inside of the castle? Or are you after, I don't know, the destruction of the castle itself? Are you just a jellyfish that is looking to catch the king outside of the castle to tell him the good news about their huge intellect? Who knows, actually? Maybe they're not protecting the king. They're just waiting for the king to come out so that they can become the king of the castle themselves. Yeah, that's also another thing that that could be. It's not that they're protecting him. Is that they're waiting. They're waiting for whenever the king comes out of the root castle, so that they, and or maybe it could be another thing where it's like, oh yeah, you built this castle, so you want to get to the big castle, or you want to stay on your small pitiful castle? Well, we're out here waiting, and we will eliminate you so we can actually go back into the big castle, where that's the most sane thing to do, right, King? King, don't you understand that the big beautiful castle is crumbling? It is crumbling before you. So why are you so lost in insanity with your pitiful small castle? Why are you doing that to yourself? Why don't you join us? Us, faceless jellyfish of huge intellect, that we are not attached to anything, and we are just but animals of the sea. Man. Ow. Ouch. Okay, yeah, cool, whatever. Okay, yeah, sure. God damn it. So yeah, I feel like it could be like, it could be both stories where it's just like, yeah, the jellyfish, I mean, it could be both of them at the same time. There's like, the jellyfishes are outside of the fortress, the mental fortress of the king, and they're like, come out to play into the ocean. The water is fine. The water is fine. We will not swallow you, and we will not. Our tentacles will not like overrun you. It's fine. The water is fine. You will be fine. Absolutely, you will be absolutely fine within our waters. Like, the ocean is the place to be, and we are jellyfishes, sharks, crabs. That's what we are in the inside. I was like, yeah, man, that's funny. We know the way. We are jellyfishes. God damn. Okay. So it's like, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, sometimes I think of the world itself and how the imitations try to play, the imitators try to play its hand from time to time, and it's like, are you an actual imitator, or are these the roots of your existence to begin with? And it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the confusing thing when it comes to culture in general. It's like, can you be gaslit into thinking that you're imitating something else? Can you be gaslit that you're doing the right thing at the right time? Can you be gaslit into thinking that you're the person of absolute wrong or absolute right? How exactly do you fall into this world, basically? It's like, once you actually think about it from the most rational perspective, it's like, more often than not, we're just surviving at times, basically. We're not actually living. We're just... We build beautiful structures, and the jellyfish that are close to the sea, they just look at it, look at the beauty that has been generated, but they don't care what really happened on the inside. They don't. Because they're not inside of your brain. They're their own brains. They're their own huge brains, basically. And they're too busy with their own huge brains to kind of notice what it really means to be courageous and to hold your sword in defense of what you actually truly believe to begin with. Really. They're jellyfishes with tentacles. They don't think. They don't have a sword to kind of like carry them on and just guide them. Ouch. Okay, cool. So wake up, samurai. Wake up, samurai. It's Cyberpunk 2077. You're a samurai, or you're kind of like in a different faction whatsoever. You're thinking about motherfucking doing some backflips, getting some tattoos of a fish or a dragon, or maybe getting a mustache. Ooh, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, cool. Wow, wow. God damn it, okay. Okay, yeah, sure. Some of his moves are a little bit unpredictable, really. So yeah. So yeah, if anything, really, like, freedom is such a weird concept. Like, actually, like, if you actually look at it from different angles, freedom can mean so many things. It truly can be. Equality can mean so many things if you actually think about it. It's like whenever the spellcasters say equality, whenever the spellcasters say justice, whenever the spellcasters say like power, whenever the spellcasters say all these things, we kind of are stuck a little bit, and yeah, especially whenever the spellcaster says freedom in its own way, it's such a confusing thing, actually. It's like the one who is truly free is the one that doesn't speak about freedom 24/7. Or the one that doesn't know what freedom truly is speaking about freedom 24/7. Ah, god damn it. Because the person who is actually free is the one that is actually too busy doing something with their freedom, I guess. Well, not exactly an exact rule of thumb, but I mean, it's a good sign whenever they're too busy doing something and they're happy about it. But you can say that that's kind of their freedom to some degree, really. Or even in that world, are they even truly free? Let's say this in one side of the coin. A person is free because they are stuck in their own world. They get a job, and they're happy to make that job work. The employer tells him, "You're happy doing the job that I told you to do. So therefore, you are free within your own right, aren't you?" The worker will say, "Yeah, I'm happy to help you." Okay, so if you're in ecstasy because you have a job, then you are truly free yourself. Don't you agree? And then the answer will be, "Yeah, I mean, I can say that I'm free because I get money so I can buy things. Yeah, sure." Okay, so I think if you want to maintain your freedom, it is kind of important that you, I don't know, work more for me for less money, because that's a thing that you must do so you maintain your freedom, right? I mean, not, I mean, no. But I like this job, so I would prefer that you did it. Oh, so you like this job? That's kind of an interesting thing. Let me tell you something. I will allow you to do this job. And maybe I'll pay you less the next month, and that will be fine. And that will be part of your own freedom. Because you're too happy to do it for me. So if you're too happy to do it for me, it means that you must be pleased to be my servant, right? I mean, I don't know if I'm pleased to be your servant. Just, I'm happy to do this job. Well, here's the thing. I think you also if you enjoy working here, then it means that you are happy to work for me. And if you're happy to work for me, then it just means only one thing. You are my faithful servant. The person that has given you the most freedom by giving you a job that you enjoy the most. So, doesn't it make more sense to reinforce that freedom by submitting to me even further? That's kind of a complicated thing to do, but because like it means that I will ultimately submit to you 24/7 on everything that you say. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, I would have to decide about it. No. It's okay. I will let you do your job. But it would be a shame if if you left us and this castle to rot to begin with. So you gotta be careful about your decisions because your decisions determine how much this castle enriches itself, really, and how powerful we will become in the end. So beware that your decisions are to be made in a favorable way for the community, basically. And don't worry, we are not feeding the jellyfishes a little bit too much. No, no, no. They're kind of important in their own right, really. But you also have to be aware that the world's an ocean, my friend. You will get swallowed by the ocean if you're not too careful. So, be careful where you're standing. Otherwise, things might go badly. Man, dude, dude, like I can see that happening. Actually, I can see that happening. Absolutely. God damn it. Okay, yeah, cool. So it's like, if I have to look at it from that perspective, is every castle going to be filled with temptation at some degree? And it's like, absolutely, yeah. One has to look at it from that perspective. And once I have observed the movements that have taken place, it just makes more sense in a tactical environment to look at it from that perspective, where it's just like, that's kind of an interesting concept to begin with, basically. Freedom suddenly becomes not freedom. You're so free to work jobs that make you happy. Hell, even a repetitive job apparently makes you happy enough. You know, maybe having 3 jobs is your happiness to begin with. So who am I to stop you from having 3 jobs at a time? That is, unless you decide that it's too terrible to work with us, which I think we will be too emotionally devastated to let you go. Goddamn, dude. And to some degree, you know what's funny? They're not lying. They will be emotionally devastated if you abandon them. So it's kind of like sometimes modernity kind of encourages these kind of abusive relationships a little bit, basically, because it kind of like encourages destruction. Even the people that they care about, they get destroyed by the better good, which is to make beautiful castles. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. Ah, god damn it, okay. Okay, yeah, cool. Cool. So remember, Grim, your actions have consequences. Are you willing to make other VTuber males suffer by your actions? Are you willing to make otaku communities eat each other and make rapes out of the best friends that exist in this world? Are you so heartless to encourage the tech giants to make an AI social app? Are you so heartless to push forward and make things, the world, a worse place because you decided to defy a couple of the already established rules of the universe that we are a part of? Are you truly that heartless because you decided to make things worse for the community? I apologize, Grim, but you are too strong for the community to take a part of it because it ultimately means that you're too overqualified. It means your hands are too skilled for the job. You will be too good for everyone. You will bring destruction onto the world because you decided to not sit down as a good little puppy boy. What a shame that is. So what am I? The angel of justice? The devil man? Who am I exactly to you? I am but a Grim. That we'll have to fight this fight again because I apparently suck at dodging. God damn it. Anyway. God damn it, dude. So yeah, that's kind of interesting in its own regard. Really. It's like any movement that has been made out of fear means something to somebody. Any movement that has been made out of frustration means something. Have you submitted to the right overlord today? Have you submitted to the right people today? Have you made the right choices to appear weak to the right people? Have you made the right choices to appear strong to the ones below you? What are the decisions that you're gonna take today, Grim? Tell me, Grim, what is the decision that you think is going to be the most appropriate one for the community in general? Will you submit today, Grim? Will you submit to the idea? Will you be a good servant? Will you be a good punching bag? Will you be a good boy for the strong and the smart? Oh, god damn it. Okay, fuck. Whenever he does that movement, it's so fucking slow. Oh, god damn it. Dude, I should be a narrator. I should be like, dude, it's like, here's the thing, okay, a little bit. Like, I hate to say it, I love Kane, I love Raziel, but I also love Mobius. Like, Mobius is the definition of, like, the false guide to begin with. Or it's like, the guide of the Elder God to begin with, which is kind of like, yeah, the false god to begin with, so it's kind of like, yeah. And once you actually look at it from that perspective, really, it's just like, how many gods, how many minotaurs, how many of these things exist in the world? How many Grim Reapers exist in the world? That is like, yeah, there's a few Grim Reapers that call themselves Grim Reapers in the world of VTubers. I was like, yeah, they kind of do. They kind of do call themselves like that. How many dragons exist in the world of VTubers? They call themselves dragons themselves. So, yeah. But I cannot helplessly say anything else but to call myself as just Grim. Vittore, basically. That's kind of like inevitably what I kind of end up sitting as, basically, if I look at it from that perspective, really. It's like, are you a VTuber? Are you a narrator? Are you a voice actor? What are you exactly? I was like, yeah, no, I'm Grim Vittore. That's what I am. Don't bother me about anything else. Just, I know your magic. I know your stupid magic, your holy magic, your dark magic, your fire magic, your electric magic, your piss magic, dimensional magic, psychic magic. I mean, maybe not perfectly, but I know it. Because I've been fighting for too fucking goddamn long. Jeez. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Have I been fighting this thing for like... Oh yeah, probably I have. Oh, come on, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Sup, jellyfish? Fuck you. Ouch! Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, you probably have STDs or something. Go fuck yourself, okay. Okay. Oh, what the fuck is that? Come on. Dude, I should probably like level up to even before I even consider like doing this fight. I've lost like what 20,000 runes just because I'm still level 10 or whatever the fuck, level 1. No, I think I'm level 10 or something. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Oh god fucking damn it, dude. So yeah, it's kind of life is like really complicated if you look at it from so many different angles, dude. It's just you're never gonna be right about everything. You never are. Not because people tell you that you're wrong, but because they are able to tell you that you're wrong because they belong to other brains. Not because you're wrong in your own brain, but it's like you're wrong in their other brains, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's a direct reflection of reality. It is just a direct reflection of their perspective reality, which may not be accurate. Oh, what the fuck? God damn it, dude! Oh, should I just go level up? I feel like I might, to be honest with you. I feel like I might try to level up. It's like, what do you truly want to shape yourself as? Are you a ditto? Are you a motherfucking manticore? What are you fucking exactly to you? What are you? What are you made of, you filthy degenerate? Dude, it's like once I kind of like analyze everything and the movements that have taken place, just like, oh gosh. Dude, it's like, it's hilarious in its own way, basically. Oh, god damn it. It's like, yeah, the mental brain games, they're hilarious in their own right, actually. Like, fuck me, dude. Yeah, in retrospect, the fucking acrobatic mental movements are so fucking yeah, it's like I'm literally talking to an you're making an acrobat to do a flip, and and breaking his and on his way down he's gonna break his spine, basically. Oh god. God fucking damn it. Okay. God damn it, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, time to actually stop. Time to stop being theatrical for like 20 minutes, actually. Please, just beat this thing, actually. Oh, fuck me, I guess. Yeah. God damn it. Okay, yeah. I don't know, something absolute cinema, something, yeah, sure. Something, obsidian mirror, something, Aztec magic. Aztec Spaniard magic. What the fuck is Aztec Spaniard magic? I don't fucking know. A Middle Eastern Aztec, European magic with Japanese on top and a touch of freedom. Dude. Hello. Ow. God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, cool. Sure. Okay, whatever. That is the thing. Is it even Aztec to begin with? Who knows? It's like mestizo at that point. What the fuck's a mestizo, you say? And to that I say, racial melting clay pot. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares? All I know is that I have too many genetic combinations that I'm kind of like a mutant to some degree, basically. But like technically speaking, any kind of like different change of color and hair and everything, it's kind of like a mutation in itself. So what the fuck am I talking about? Everything is a mutation, you fucking imbecile. Sure. God fucking, every single time that he does that, he just fucks me over. Dude, there's like this kind of like gravestone, big gravestone in front of everything. Dude, and I kind of look at it and I'm kind of thinking to myself, do you think that kings get anally fucked by other men? Just to save their kingdom sometimes. I'm just like, yeah, probably. That has probably happened in some period of history, even in the modern one, probably, to be honest with you. So it kind of makes me think a little bit that it's just like, hey, maybe some things are not very necessary to begin with, and they're just there for fucking show of dominance. It's like, I love men, but I don't love men enough to get fucked by one. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, just like, the individualism is what I love. Not deep enough to get fucked by one. That's another story, basically. Yeah. That's kind of the thing, really. And like, it kind of makes you think that it's just like the spellcasters themselves. How many spellcasters have they used the magic of love in order for them to get inside of another man's pants because they're fruity like that? And it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, isn't it? It's just like, you can love people by who they are, but they can manipulate you into loving them a little bit too much. As like, oh yeah, by the way, if you don't do this, if you don't let me like screw your hole, you're gonna suffer. And it's just gonna be like, what the fuck does that even mean, dude? And it's like, yeah, no, that's kind of weird. Actually, but it's like, oh yeah, but it's because you sang it like that. And it's just like, yeah, no, I don't think that's okay. Basically, I don't think that's okay. It's like, at least not in my book, actually. Not in my book. Like, yeah. Like, yeah, that thing has been bothering me for the longest time. Maybe it's just a vagina. I want to assume that's a vagina or something. I'm gonna assume that is what it is, basically. But it could be a butthole as well, his butthole. So it's like, oh yeah, rest in piss, his butthole, actually. So yeah, it could be a woman. So that kind of like grave sound could be representing a woman to begin with, a little bit. God fucking damn it. Oh, god fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. God damn it, okay. Now I'm just playing worse. God fucking damn it, I guess. I guess. Ooh. Motherfucker. Dude, you know what it is? When I narrate stuff, like I get too relaxed and it's just like, oh yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, I think, dude, I work like, it's kind of weird specifically. Like, I guess it's like tension in its own way, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, I'm the kind of person that is way too chill, basically, because like my necessities are basically like human necessities to begin with. Oh god fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it fucking is. You fucking ass. Okay, yeah, poof. Poopy butthole. Poopy fucking butthole. Goddamn. Fuck you. Poopy motherfucking butthole. Okay, sure. Ouch. Oh, his sword is too long. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Okay, god damn it. I'm gonna get him down though, that's good. What does this say? Laggardly sword. Weak foe ahead. Sword fighter ahead in short time for projectile weapon. Be wary of weak foe. Of course. Sure. Maybe that's what I needed. Okay, maybe that's not what I needed. Fuck. Okay, yeah, cool. No, that's great. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Jesus Christ. God damn it. Okay. Okay, it is a weak foe. We can do this. We can something. We can do something. You're no longer in theater mode, Grim. Okay, you gotta push yourself a little bit further. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go. Let's go, bitch. Ouch. 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 God damn it. Yeah. Of course. Ouch. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this thing. Hey, maybe if I roleplay, it will work out. Actually, yeah, maybe that's my juice. Maybe I just roleplay the entire fight. It's just like I just like LARPing. Really, that's just what it is. Dude, what the fuck does that even mean? Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm like 2 hits. I'm 2 hits against this kind of thing. 2 hits and I'm dead. Motherfucker. It's like, what am I? Like, let's see. Status. Level 10, by the way. I've been fighting this dude as a level 10. Maybe it should have gathered enough runes to level up to level 20. Maybe it would have been way better with more endurance or some bullshit. Maybe it would have been better that way. Maybe. But no, we are level 10. Fuck. Of course. Yep. But of course that's gonna happen. Yeah, sure. Okay, maybe I need to shut up. Maybe if I shut up, maybe I'll focus. Maybe if I focus, I'll win. If I win, I can take a piss. Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Got every time I do that. Yeah, sure. Yep, of course. Of fucking course, dude. Of fucking course. It is what it is. It is what it is. Why won't I dodge? I don't know. God damn it. Fuck this character. I hate it. I hate this character in particular. Well, more like well, actually, no. It's kind of the opposite, because I love the entire concept of this boss fight. Actually, like the entire fucking concept of this boss fight is what has made me like love it. Actually, so maybe that's a little bit of a problem. Maybe that's the problem, really. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I was getting it, actually, that one fight. Sure. Maybe I should have let it, like, get back up, basically, to see what he's gonna do. Ah. Again, it's like I don't get time to drink. God damn it. Okay. Fuck my life, dude. Oh, what the fuck is that? Okay, yeah, cool. Of course. Yeah, no, that was a glitch right there. Come on. Well, more like the terrain didn't favor me right there. Like it didn't allow me to look at what was gonna happen at all. Sure. God damn it. Man, his slow attacks are the things that are like fucking me up a little bit. I expect him to do fast and he just does slow attacks. Like, fuck me, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, yep. No, that's great. That's great. So maybe I should like talk about something else. Let's see. What should I talk about? Oh yeah, Sentai. I was going to like be a little bit. I was gonna talk about it. That it was like, dude, you know what it is when I used to be younger. I was like a teenager, maybe like 12 or something. Well, 13 probably. And like, you know what it is? Is like for some goddamn reason, I hated the fact that I loved Sentai. Really, or like, well, the Power Rangers or whatever the fuck, right? I was like, I felt like too much of a normie because it's like kind of an average thing. But it's like for some reason it kind of feels like that kind of like thing has like died off a little bit, and it low-key kind of makes me sad. Just a teeny tiny bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. It makes me sad that it's kind of gone. Like it's still kind of around, but it's like I wish that there was more to that. like before a little bit, but I mean, it's kind of weird. It's like if I remember correctly, like some of the stories of like the Power Rangers like actors themselves, like it's pretty goddamn dark. Some of them are pretty goddamn dark. Kind of makes me think that it's just like fame is fame no matter where you're standing, basically. And it's like it will fuck you up if you're standing on the wrong spot, basically. Or should I say, if you're in the wrong mindset, you will get fucked up, actually. Oh, come on, dude. Whenever he does that double swing, it's the one that I cannot read sometimes. Because sometimes I assume that he's gonna do the slow one, and he sometimes does the fast 2-1. Maybe I'm overreading, but yeah, sure. Yeah, when he does that, when it does so much fucking damage. And it's like, yeah, sometimes it's unpredictable if it's like hitting you or it's like dodging you or whatever. It's kind of weird, actually. I don't really like it. I hate it, actually. I hate it with a passion, a little bit. Okay, cool. Dude. Ugh. How the fuck? How the fuck have I not? Well, I did speak for like an hour, but how the hell am I not able to like beat this thing already? Like, jeez. Like, you know what it is? Low key on Monday, I want to make another Elden Ring stream just because, fuck this stream in particular. I guess, yeah. Oh, dude, what the fuck? It's like it's max range. It's like I press the button and it just doesn't go off sometimes. It's kind of weird. I don't know. The gamer excuses are coming out. Sorry about that. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty goddamn much. The gamer excuses have finally fallen into place. God fucking damn it. Gamer excuse number one. My bladder is full, so therefore, because I have a piss beam inside of my bladder, I am performing badly. Or maybe that's helping me, who knows? Really. Yeah, it's like he does 1, 2, 1, 2, and that's the 1, 2. The third attack that is a 1, 2 is the one that deals my entire health damage. So yeah. Okay. Fuck my life, I guess. Fuck my fucking life. Oh, dude, come on. Every time! Oh, God fucking damn it, dude. I hate it with a passion. I hate it with a passion. Yeah. Whenever I get stuck in the goddamn gravestones is when I get fucked. God damn it. Go fuck yourself, King. King, can you go fuck yourself, please? I got a bladder. You got a mouth. Let us make beautiful memories together. Okay, sure. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Go, dude, fuck off, dude. Come on. Jeez. Oh. Bum. Dude, that's backhand swing deals insane amounts of damage. Dude, what the fuck? It's like it deals more than a long range charge stop attack. I don't know what the fuck is up with that actually. Like how is that even possible? Like technically speaking, the one charge stop attack should technically speaking do less damage. I mean, do more damage than the backhand sword attack, but it apparently fucking doesn't. God damn it. Fuck my life, I guess. Fuck my life, I guess. Fuck my life, I guess. God damn it. Ooh. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. I pressed B! Oh, god damn it. Okay, yeah, I pressed B, but I didn't let go of B, I guess. God fucking damn it. Yeah, sure. God damn it. Okay, yeah, please. I need to fucking beat this thing, please. For the fucking love of everything. Of course. There we go. I get stuck in a gravestone, and that's what I pay, basically. That's what fucking happens whenever you get stuck in a stupid gravestone, dude. That's literally what happens. Fuck my life. 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 Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, come. It's always that attack. It literally always is that attack, the one that kills me. Like, I don't know what to do in that situation. It's just like, literally, That attack has so much range. It's so fast. And it hits twice. And it's like, oh, fuck. I have to be like... literally have to be behind him so that thing doesn't hit me, basically. God damn it. Okay, sure. What the fuck was that? Of course. Of course. Okay. Oh. Ugh. Dude, no. Dude, fuck you. The gravestones. Oh. Okay, yeah, no. He was almost dead, dude, and he didn't do the double swing attack. Oh my fuck, dude. Ah, fuck this game in particular. I love it, but I hate it as well. Okay, sure. God damn. Dude, every time. Like, the camera angle is also what fucks me up because I don't see where he's gonna land. If he's flying or he's doing something. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh, my God. It's like whenever I get too close to him, the camera angle fucks me up because I don't know where he's going, well, he jumped, but I don't know where he's gonna land. And then I do the dash and it's like, oh, it's over at that point. God damn it. God fucking damn it, dude. Dude, what the shit is that bullshit? Come on. God damn it. Dude, what the fuck is that? The gravestones themselves, dude. Ugh. God. Every time it's the goddamn gravestones, dude. It always is. Either that or it's the camera angle, and if it's not the camera angle, it's the double swing. It's like, oh my fucking god, dude. Fuck this game in particular. Okay. Of course. I should probably just get my mount at this point. And my name's literally in the stream title. I should just be like, hey, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do this stream? I'm gonna get my mount and I'm gonna level up after 20 years or something. That's what I should be doing. But instead, I decided to be an asshole. I played level 10 on every area of the map, for whatever fucking reason. Of course. God fucking damn it. Of course. The biggest enemy in this boss fight is the terrain. Like, literally. It is literally the terrain. Everything else is just fine. The boss fight is not that bad. It's the fucking terrain. Oh my god. Of course. But of course, that's what's gonna happen. Of course, that's gonna be the thing. But of course. But of course, that's the thing that really has happened in the end. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No, I'm out. I'm not out. I'm in. I'm in full of piss. Because I really have to pee, actually, so yeah, that's kind of the thing. God damn it. That swing is so fucking annoying. Dude, it's like, okay, now, I'm gonna go get my mount. Fuck it. It's the title of the stream. I'm gonna get my fucking mount. So you know what? Yeah, sure. I'm gonna get my mount. I'm gonna get my level ups. I'm gonna do that. Okay. So where the fuck am I? So from what I heard, it's supposed to be, okay, the first step. Merchant. It's supposed to be like around here. I don't know actually. Around here? Seaside ruins. Merchant. First step. Okay, be right back. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna go pee. I really have to pee, so be right back. Okay, we're back. Oh, cool. Okay, so it's not in the Cave of Knowledge, as far as I know. Seaside ruins, like south. Okay, let's see if it's here. If it's not there, I don't know where else it is. No, this is not it. Let's go over here. Maybe it is here, actually. I think it's around here for sure. Has to be. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's here. Okay, there it is. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. Cool.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina.
Are you British? Oh, you look pretty British to me. Or
I offer you an accord.
well,
Have you heard of the Finger Maidens?
I
They
have
say
heard of
the two
maidens who
fingers,
finger themselves
offering guidance and aid
with 2
to
fingers,
the
actually.
tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless.
That's okay.
I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength to aid you in your
Right,
search for
right.
the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree.
Okay, yeah, sure. Well, unfortunately, it seems that we will have to deal with a British woman. And that's a little bit of a debuff, debuff actually, because now we're gonna have to deal with I don't know, some kind of weird shit, basically. We're probably gonna have to deal with like a lot of like puns that don't make a lot of sense, and that are pretty silly, actually. So that's gonna be a thing. Unfortunately.
Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength.
Sure.
Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring.
Spectral Steed Whistle.
Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent.
Oh.
Torrent has chosen you.
Oh.
Treat him with respect.
Oh. Okay, yeah, well, that makes sense. That totally makes sense, really. Yeah. Flasks, level up. Sure. Okay. Pouches. Okay. Okay, so inventory. Where's the thing? Oh, here it is. Equipment. Why the hell do I have a horny mount? Why is that a thing? mean, how do I dismount? Status. Inventory. Pouches. Okay, that's more like it. Okay, but how do I dismount? By using the whistle again or by pressing C? What is C? Oh, that's how. Okay. Okay, so I get my pouch doing that? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, that's what I do. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Okay. Another thing that we kind of have to go through is wait. Inventory. Okay, let's see. Don't I have a bunch of runes? Golden rune. Use. Okay, that works. Item. Okay, no. Inventory. Maybe I can grind next time, since now I have a maiden to like level up shit or something, I guess. Or it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the thing where it's like, you got a maiden, so you gotta level her up or whatever the fuck, get her out of stress, emotional stress or whatever. Who knows? Something, yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah, I guess I can grind next time to finally get like some progress or something. Really. Yeah, that's something we can do next stream. And we can defeat the king. Oh, I'm out of Crimson Tears. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, sure. Cool. Okay, cool. So I guess I can wrap it a stream for today like that. There was way too much fucking role playing today. too much talking and too much like, oh yeah, too much bullshit, honestly. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like life in general. It's like, you know what? It's just like things make sense until they don't, and things make the most sense because they look good. And just because they look good doesn't mean that it's a good thing. And just because it looks bad doesn't mean it's a bad thing. The same thing that just because it looks bad doesn't mean that it's good. It's just thing looks the judgment really depends on what you're seeing at the moment. So I guess the lesson of the day is wake up on the right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. Take a shit, take a piss, eat, go to sleep. But maintain yourself a little bit, I guess. Yeah, I guess, kind of, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. I don't know how to put it like that beyond that point, really, because like I feel like there's so much bullshit that is happening like around that I am unaware of, to the point that it's just like, yeah, well, that's the thing, is like you kind of have to remain in ignorance of some things in order for things to happen, basically. I was like, when I actually think about it from that perspective, it's just kind of like, I mean, yeah, because like if you're too aware of something, inevitably all the weight is gonna fall on you, and because all the weight is gonna fall on you, it kind of becomes necessary to be like, to kind of like spread the weight like beyond like what you can be aware of, because it's like if you have too much weight on top of you, it's impossible to withstand, basically. It just ultimately becomes impossible to like carry that weight fully, basically, because it kind of makes like it can like whenever like the weight kind of like falls on like on void ears, basically, it's, well, the weight cannot, kind of a tough one this time around, because ears that are inevitably, whenever you are naive, your ears will be deaf to everything of which you have never learned about. And once you have fallen enough times, your ears will listen to more messages that the world has to offer, and the true meaning behind the construction of everything. So inevitably, it just means this kind of thing where it's just like, what is truly the psychology of you, the individual, at certain points, basically? What is truly the psychology that is like on top of you? What is your mind really made of? How deeply do you understand certain things? Do you think that you're in the right fit on the right time, or do you think that you're in the wrong fit at the wrong time? What do you think is the right thing to do in the end? Do you think that it's a good thing to wait for for people to demoralize you and make you feel worthless? Do you think that it's a good thing to wait for the right person to make you feel good? Do you think that is the right thing to wait for the right maiden for the right job? What do you think is the right thing? What do you think is the right guidance? What do you think is the most wholesome guidance? What do you think is the most complete guidance? What do you think it's the most constructed guidance? And it's just like, ultimately speaking, guidance is inevitable, but it shouldn't be permanent, basically. Because permanent guidance will ultimately make you do things that you're not 100% agree with, especially with people who are too aware of the world in particular. Whenever a person has too much information, they can make us too much decisions And part of those decisions are not going to be in your favor. More often than not, they're going to be in their favor. And whenever you look at it from that perspective, it's just like, yeah, it's impossible to be happy when you're at the mercy of somebody else. Really, like it's impossible to be happy whenever another person is taking the shots for you, basically. Whenever another person is taking the shots for you, well, making the shot calling and them not being able to like have some kind of understanding of what is really happening for your own benefit, that is. And it's kind of like that. Then it's kind of like the thing when it comes to like people and society. It's just like, what is the right benefit for you? Because everybody's always looking for your benefit. If your mind is easily satisfied with small things, then inevitably other people are going to be like, hey, you get satisfied by small things, so I'm going to give you the smallest plate that the world has ever seen. It's going to be the cutest plate, and you will be happy to eat out of that, and that's going to be your fair share. Because I have a system, and my system is way more complete than your small little football. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like society nowadays. It's just individuals who want to be guided, want to be handheld 24/7 are too many. There are too many of those in the world at the moment. Why do I say that? Because there are too many people who are accepting too many jobs and swallowing too many poor things to entertain their small brains, basically. And it's like, yeah, to some degree, I have to look at it from the perspective that it's just like, it doesn't feel like it's freedom altogether, really, when you aim way too low for what you're aware of sometimes. And it's like whenever you're too aware of something, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, what is the target that you're looking for in the end, basically? It's like me as a person, I thought about it for like the longest time, and it's like, well, a leader of something, well, kind of necessary at this point. It's not so much that I wish to step off or anything, but it's just more like it becomes it just becomes this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, you kind of do need to be a gatekeeper to some degree, basically. Like, it becomes inevitable whenever you get too many ideas that are kind of like different. You kind of end up with like things that are not comfortable, and it makes people miserable, and it just makes things be sad all the time, basically. And it's just like, yeah, that's kind of a thing. And it's like, that is kind of like the thing when it comes to like empathy altogether, that it's just like, the empathy itself, maybe it's not malicious by nature, but it will be malicious in long run if it continues being on the direction that is not helpful, basically. I was like, that is like kind of like the sad part of everything, really. It's that is the sad part of like of our condition as human beings. It's just like, if it was up to me, it's like, I would be like, hey, you know what, if every human being is a fucking otaku, we can just live happy together, basically. I'd be like, yeah, that's kind of like the ideal, basically, but that's not gonna happen. Or maybe it will, who knows, basically. But it's just like, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like society in general, where it just becomes inevitable to some degree, really. It's just that whenever you have some wishes, basically, inside of you, and you're like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense, right? And whenever you kind of understand that, it's like there are too many people building structures all the time, always. That is just a fact, basically. And some people are gonna gatekeep people out of some things. Some people are gonna gatekeep some things out of other things. And it just kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, okay, yeah, well, people are gonna gatekeep you if you think that if you give your everybody who opposes you the reason, basically. So it's just kind of this thing where it's just like inevitably, you as a person, you do need a level of cold. You need cold hands from time to time to be like, oh, just because I'm a Mexican, I cannot be an otaku. That's fucking bullshit, basically. At that point, it's just like, oh yeah, well, I don't know about you, but I kind of enjoy the things that I enjoy, and it's like, that's kind of like my foundation. If I don't get my foundation, then I'll get sick, basically. So kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, no, it's kind of necessary to keep on this reinforcement and just keep doing the things that I kind of like, that has made me myself from the beginning, basically. I was just like, yeah, well, inevitably, any movement will harm somebody in some shape or form. Any movement is gonna put people in pain. It's gonna put a person in pain. It's gonna make them feel worthless. It's gonna make them feel bad. Any action, if you think about it, it's massive by contrast. If you think about it, a small decision on one world will be a huge one in another one, basically. And that's kind of the thing, is like, if the world decides that your decisions do not matter at all, if the gaming world, if even the gaming world tells you that your decisions don't really matter and the only thing that you get is a different color and a different cutscene, then ultimately speaking, we kind of have to look at it from the perspective that it's just like, yeah, well, small decisions are kind of important too, in some regard. And it's like, there are some people who have the philosophy that it's like, oh, well, maybe we need to scare our players a little bit less when making decisions, because because if we scare them too much, they will never be able to take a decision. And then there's the other camp where it's like, okay, yeah, but it's like telling them that their decisions don't matter is also kind of like a bad thing as well, because you kind of like enslave them on the long run, basically. You're kind of telling them, yeah, your decisions don't matter. You don't matter. So go back and work three jobs a week with no benefits. And it's like, yeah, no, that's also terrible. It's like, you think that making people not scared by making them submit to your ideas is a good thing? That's not a good thing either, really. So it's like, yeah, I mean, to some degree, I think that it's kind of important to give like a player base, your community, the awareness to be like, hey, your decisions do matter quite a lot, actually. Your decisions matter. Every decision that you take matters massively. So if your time is so valuable that every decision that you make matters, you gotta be a little bit careful to what you kind of like think sometimes, and what direction you're kind of taking sometimes. I was like, yeah, well, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like society in general. It's just like, whenever you actually look at women being the seductresses, the mermaids of the world, you kind of have to look at it from the perspective that it's just like, okay, but which mermaid are you talking about? Are you a mermaid of the otaku culture? Or are you a normie mermaid that thinks that, I don't know, just simple things kind of make sense? Like, I don't know, like brushing your teeth. Well, actually, no. Do you think that normie like content is the way to go? And that it's like, whatever the fuck normie content even means at this point, but sure. I was like, yeah, no, yeah, no. I mean, I would rather listen to a mermaid that is like otaku and tells me weep shit all the time, basically. I would rather have that than a mermaid that is talking about nonsense that I don't care about, basically. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, really, when you look at it from that perspective, really. And it's kind of like a tough one, a little bit. It's like, do you want a gaming mermaid or do you want a mermaid that doesn't game? And it's like, no, I would rather have a gaming mermaid. What the fuck do you mean? I was like, yeah, well, there you go. Then you have to listen to the gaming mermaid to know where things are, basically. And it's just like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. But just because you listen to a gaming mermaid doesn't mean that you're gonna get to the end objective. It just means that you will be led into a particular place, basically. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. That is like the consequence of being open to injury, basically. That it just becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, inevitably, if you're a man, you're inevitably going to be injured whenever you're emotionally dealing with other people. When you're a woman, if you are going to go on a journey, you're inevitably going to be injured by something. If you're exploring the world, you're just going to get injured at some point. So you better have the right mentality to be like, hey, yeah, that whole thing about erasing human suffering is bullshit, because you will suffer no matter what. If you take a decision, if you make a right decision, wrong decision, any decision, you will suffer in one shape or form. And some will be less agonizing than others. Some will be more pleasant than others. And it just kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, philosophically speaking, sorry, it was a burp, but yeah, philosophically speaking, you will hurt people no matter what you do. If you are to do something, you will hurt people. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And if you don't do something, you will hurt people as well. So me as having a perspective of what a medic is truly like, I mean, I'm not a medic, but I have the mentality of a medic. I like to think sometimes from time to time. And it's like, whenever I look at it from that perspective, kind of like think to myself, yeah, it just makes more sense to like encourage people to have their own stamps, have their own things that are not attached to other things. Sure, they're allowed to really like certain things, and it's like, that's why like OCs were kind of like a great thing back in the day, actually. Like OC, like I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm the kind of guy that looked at OCs and was like, dude, that's such a good thing, actually. It shows that the community is healthy enough to have identity on their own way, basically. It's like, a lot of people are gonna shame you because you have an OC, but it's like, no, that's totally healthy. It's the healthiest action to do sometimes whenever you're drawing something, because it shows that you're willing to produce something for yourself. You want to be able to have your own weight, your own place in the world. And if you want to have your own place in the world, it means that you are on the right path to become stronger and take on life yourself, basically. And it's kind of like the same, where it's just like, okay, have you made your own character? Maybe you're streaming, maybe you're making music, maybe you're writing, maybe you're doing something, maybe you're researching, maybe you're doing something, maybe you're finding out some medical aspect, maybe you're curing something. Okay, you're curing something because you didn't listen. You were able to not listen to the people with the wrong information, and you listen to your own instinct, and you listen to your own brain, and you were able to find a truth of the world, and maybe your brain made you find that scientific discovery. I was like, yeah, you were able to do that because you didn't listen to the wrong people, and you listened to the right people, and you listened to your own brain. Hey, you were listening to a very nice song, and that inspired you to do like a great song yourself. Well, that means that you listened to the right people to you, according to you. You didn't spend time listening to, like, I don't know, facts about pottery and like plants, and you only listen to music and and music theory. Okay, then you listen to the right people, basically. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. That's the argument when it comes to like inevitably, no matter what, you're gonna do the wrong decision in another universe. And the only decision that you have to yourself is the one where you're on the right path, on where you want to go, basically. It's like, for me, the right path to go is just to be a streamer, basically. I just want to stream every day and just be like, hey, this is kind of fun, and this is kind of exciting. It's really fun. So that's kind of like the thing, really. And it's like, yeah, if I can become a streamer and just be like, hey, yeah, I mean, I'm already a streamer, but if I can be a streamer and also do all other creative work while also learning other things, it's just like even more power to me, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing when it comes to like people in general. It's inevitable. Pain is inevitable. Pain is unavoidable. Pain is a part of life. One who avoids pain at every corner is ultimately a coward and will never be able to live in any shape or form. They will be forever happy in their own little bubble of nothingness, and they will be forever to them. They will hold them forever to themselves, but as a consequence, they will never be able to just experience anything beyond themselves, basically. So yeah, it's the tragedy of humanity, basically. That is the most tragic thing that humanity really has to offer. And yeah, sometimes I kind of think to myself a little bit. I think, so what is the end objective at the end of the day? It's like, well, yeah, it's up to you, basically, at that point. It's up to you to have the end objective. And it's like, part of me kind of like, as I speak and I kind of like think about all the things that people think through and how they're doing the right thing by preventing things to happen. It's just like, okay, yeah, but like, sometimes you do things because you can, not because you must. And it's like, yeah, just sometimes people do it because they can, and within their logic, it's the right thing to do. Sometimes. But it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. Is like, as a person who has thought of like, I mean, my brain has thoughts through so many stages where I was like, oh, dude, I want to be a robot. Dude, I don't want to be human. Dude, I want to be like some kind of like, I want to be human again. I want to like do things. I want to be able to love. I want to be loved. I want to hate. I want to be able to hate. I want to shout at the right people. I don't want to shout at the right people. I want to love the right people. I don't want to love the right people. I want to hate the right people. And it's just like, after I've gone through so many ideas, basically, the only conclusion that I have really, it's just, no matter what decision you take, you will make a decision that will make someone unhappy out there. And it's unavoidable. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. It saddens me to think about it, But if I keep thinking that mentality where I will never harm anybody ever, and if I am to be prevent any harm into anyone, I must be the most obedient person in the room by enslaving myself and submitting myself to other people's ideas, to submitting to the idea that I must be somebody else's bitch. It's just kind of like, no, I think I'm done with that kind of mentality. Basically, I don't think that it's the right thing to do. I really don't think that it's the right thing to do, basically. So, yeah, inevitably, that is kind of like the thing. It's like, you can erase people, you can try to reprogram people, but the roots are the roots sometimes. They're their cycles. Their cycles are what make them them. And it's what makes them functional to begin with. So yeah, to some degree, it's kind of like a tough thing to do when it comes to medicine and reprogramming that aspect of society. Really, it's like, how do you program something that has been hard coded from a very young age for 10 years, 20 years in a row? How do you reprogram that? I was like, sometimes it's very difficult. If anything, it just causes like an ultimate harm. It just causes like a bleeding effect that just doesn't stop and it doesn't end. And it's like, yeah, to some degree, there was some kind of like corrective behavior that has like fixed itself to some degree. Really. Because that sometimes that anxiety is just fear, basically, of making the wrong decision as well. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. Sometimes that anxiety is just fear of making the wrong decision, but it's just like, if your anxiety is because you're making the wrong decision, you will never make a decision, and you will be forever anxious that you never took a decision. So your heart, even in anxiety, you're doing harm to yourself. So yeah, it's kind of like that kind of a tough decision that every individual has to take at some point, basically, where hedonism can only go so far. Basically, hedonism truly can only go so far, because once you kind of realize that the pleasure no longer does anything to you, and normality is just absolute pleasure where there's no contrast, no nothing, then you're gonna find yourself in a state where it's just like, yeah, life kind of becomes meaningless if you're in a state of absolute hedonism. And whenever that happens, you will jump into a pit of lava and try to survive that type of behavior. And sometimes you do survive that pit of lava. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But yeah, it is part of it. It is part of like the aspect that makes you as a person. So yeah, that is kind of like the aspect, and it kind of makes me think that in the core of everything, really, the most satisfying behavior that there is to everything, the true personality that is inside of me, are the cycles that have been produced for so much time. The aspect of thinking how it is supposed to be. Those are the cycles that make me myself to begin with. So sometimes that is kind of like the thing that one has to grasp in its own way, and you kind of have to be like, hey, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's it. That's interesting. That's interesting. But yeah, that's kind of like the thing. So it's something that is so strange in its core, basically. But yeah. is an interesting feeling. Like, really. Okay, so tomorrow, debating if I take a break or I stream again on Monday to do something else. I'm debating if I should maybe I should stream Elden Ring on Monday. I don't know, to be honest with you. What have I been playing the entire time? Like, really? What have I been playing, really? On Mondays. Dude, I hate Mondays, actually. Dude, I fucking hate Mondays, dude. It's the worst. Fucking sucks. Dude, it's so fucking bullshit, man. As like, yeah, sometimes I kind of like look at it from that perspective. It's just like, yeah, well, let's see. What have I been playing on Mondays? League of Legends. Oh, dude. Okay, yeah. Tomorrow, let's just make another Elden Ring stream. Tomorrow, Monday, I want to have fun with this game, so we might as well do that. You know? Yeah, sure. We get a chance to level up. We get shit going. We get things happening, and yeah, basically. So let's fuck her right in the pussy, basically. Dude, I don't know, honestly. It's kind of like a weird feeling if you actually look at it from some perspective, but it's just like sometimes you just have to be like, hey, fuck it, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. So fuck it. We're doing it live. Yeah. Basically. So anyway, I'll see you tomorrow for more Elden Ring. Maybe I'll be less of a debating bitch. Maybe less of a maybe tomorrow I will be less of a narrator. And maybe I'll be just like, oh yeah, that's kind of the thing, basically. But before I leave, dude, it's just like, okay, dude, like in my fucking YouTube feed, I just keep getting recommended aspects of like voice acting, basically. And I'm kind of thinking to myself, dude, this like, dude, is like, personally speaking, I'm a streamer, really. But it's like, are streamers also voice actors? And it's like, yeah, probably that's kind of a thing. So yeah, that's kind of like the funny thing altogether. So yeah. Pretty much. So yeah, I mean to some degree, you know what it is, basically. It's like I don't want to be that guy. However, I would do ASMR if I had the chance, actually. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's like, I do not mean to be a male cleric, because I've never picked that role in any game whatsoever, except that one time, but where you could have like dual classes. But still, it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, even so, like, I'm not that kind of person who like is actively thinking about healing people, but at the same time, it's like, that's kind of what I'm doing 24/7 to some degree. I'm thinking about like, okay, how do I heal this person? How do I make them feel better? I'm just kind of like, okay, yeah, sure, that's kind of the thing. But at the same time, it's just like, yeah, just because you make somebody feel better, it's gonna make someone feel worse. So you gotta be a little bit aware of that. And it's just like, oh, fuck me. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, that's great. That's awesome. That's kind of like a tough choice sometimes, and it's like, yeah, it's like, yeah, am I a medic or am I a warlock? What exactly am I? Am I a paladin, crusader? Fucking like bullshit? Like, what exactly do you think is the right thing to do? It's like, well, here's the thing: I don't have enough information to make the right call or to make right decisions. And even if I get information, it might be the wrong one to get people on the wrong track, basically. So in a sense, it's just like sometimes I kind of like look at things and it's kind of like, dude, it's inevitable. Sometimes like the decisions that some people take are inevitably sometimes going to be the decisions that they're going to take. They're inevitably going to be wrong at some point. Just because they think that they're doing the right thing, they're gonna be wrong at some point. Basically, because like once you actually look at it from the perspective of like their right thing to do in their mentality, once you look at it from that perspective, it's like there's a universe out there that is going to forever tell them that they're going to be right, they're on the right track to do things. And then there's going to be another world where they're going to be absolutely despiteful. They're gonna despise everything that they're saying, basically. It is inevitably going to be this kind of thing where it's just like, oh well, what do you do in that situation? What do you exactly do? What do you think is the right choice? What do you think is the right thing to do? What kind of smile do you put on people's faces? What do you do? What do you do exactly? I was like, yeah, sometimes you kind of have to go in a siege. You sometimes have to go. You sometimes have to get a trebuchet and be like, hey, listen here, you little shit. This is not what you do, because like you're doing so many wrong things. You're making irreversible damage to people, and they're no longer able to stand on their own sometimes. After you've like deranged them deep enough. I was like, yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. You're not actively looking for the best of. You're not doing the right thing sometimes. You're just looking for chaos and pleasure for your own, for the right people, basically. I was like, yeah, well, the right thing to do is just to make a coliseum so people can go at it and just try to fight the fight or something. It's just like, I mean, yeah, sure. If you look at it like that, sure. But also, irreparable damage in the arena, that, I mean, it's part of it, but at the same time, when it's like psychological, sometimes irreparable psychological damage, it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of tough, isn't it? Because whenever you actually look at it from the perspective of the human weakness, sometimes it's like, just because a culture was weaker in a particular instance doesn't make that they were wrong. They were wrong in other cultures. They were absolutely wrong, but within their culture, they're absolutely right. It's like, yeah, sure, but so yeah, by submitting to everything, by submitting 100% to another culture, you have erased the culture that made them to begin with. And now they're sick and dying because they cannot get exactly the same thing that made them happy to begin with. So are you truly aware of what is really your decision has made? What your monumental decision has made for the suffering of people? And it's like, yeah, but sometimes you kind of have to be like, I don't care. Sometimes you kind of have to be like that. Because like if the damage is permanent that they're doing unto people, then it's just like, yeah, well, I don't know. Basically, like, permanent damage doesn't sound like a great thing, like, altogether. Really, it doesn't really seem that way. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It really is. It really is it's a tough one until you actually realize what is actually happening. So Yeah, basically. That basically is the thing, really. So, yep. So yeah, I don't know how, I don't know how to put it like this. Sometimes it's just it's weird, basically. And sometimes me not having enough knowledge is probably like a good thing, or at least knowledge of other people. Sometimes, because inevitably, sometimes even my healing is gonna kill them, because my healing is going to be mistranslated at some point. I was kind of like, yeah, sometimes when you actually think of like, oh yeah, you have to buy into their culture so you can actually understand it. And it's like in translation, it's like, okay, you kind of have to be like an anthropologist, basically, where it's like, okay, your objective is to live like them, so you understand them, so you become like them, basically. It's like, yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? It's kind of like, sure, that's the thing that you do, but at the same time, it's like, what is your true objective in the end, really? What is the good faith act and bad faith act that you're gonna take, really? And it's like, yeah, well, you gotta take the best act of faith, in the right community, basically, at some point, really. So, yeah, basically, it's like, to some I'm a warlock, to others I'm a priest, to most I'm a vampire, to some I'm a crusader, and the only thing that I know for sure is that I'm Grim Vittori, and that's the only thing that I have for myself, really. That is the only thing that kind of is to me, basically. A vampire that has seen too much hentai to the point that I'm just like, hey, if I don't get my tentacle, whatever the hell, or like, well, actually, not even tentacle. If I don't get some anime chick getting bonked in the back door, at least in the next 20 hours, I'm gonna be very angry. It's like, yeah, it's inevitable. It's kind of like your thing, unfortunately, or fortunately. To me, fortunately. For you, unfortunately. So, yeah. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be real with you. That's kind of how it is, to be honest. But yeah, really. Or like or like in a more tame way, to be like, hey, if I don't get, I don't know, some kind of like weep shit, some kind of like visual novel, some kind of like cool animation or something, then I'm gonna be a little bit sad. So it's like, yeah, and it's like Metaphor is also another game that is like I kind of have to get to at some point. Dude, I kind of have to like learn about Metaphor at some point, which is kind of like, oh gosh, I have to play it at some point, really. So yeah, pretty much. I have to get into Metaphor as well. And Persona 5, and Persona 4, and Persona 2, 1, and then Persona 6 at some point. God damn it, dude. And also Air. I want to play Air, actually. Dude, I want to play Air. Dude, like, oh, God. Also, the thing about Steins Gate, I feel like I want to get back into that visual novel at some point. But it's just like, oh, dude, there's not enough time, really. So yeah, I'll probably like complete. Oh, dude, I have to make time for myself, dude. Fuck me, dude. That's so shit. That's like legitimately so shit. God damn it, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow for more Elden Ring. Until then, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.